subscription. By the way, this is a crowdfunded channel. Primarily, I make a living because people tip me, subscribe on Twitch, gift subs, cheer bits, and use super chats. If you're watching this channel and you like what I do, you can go to blindirl.com/support, and that'll give you a list of all the different places where you could support the channel and how effective each one is. So I just want to say a real quick thank you to everybody who's jumped on and supported the channel, because I disappeared for 10 days, and that's expensive. So thank you for helping me recover some revenue. I also would like to mention that June 3rd is my birthday, and I will be streaming on my birthday. So. New fort, different faction. I'm going to look at the world map and we're going to think about it, but that's probably the direction I'm going to go. I'm not going to do anything super special for my birthday, probably just a sale on subs. It's only been 10 days. Yep, it's only been 10 days. Well, actually 9 days, because I streamed on the... Wait, was it 9 days? I streamed on the 20th, I think, or the 19th. Whatever that Wednesday was. Hold up. Now I actually need to look. You're making me question everything. Everything I know and believe! Yeah, no, I streamed on the 20th and I'm back on the 30th, so it's been 9 days. It's been 9 days since I last streamed. If we were talking dreams for updates, you'd love to see more rooms with explicit purposes like the tavern games, but imagine that if you could have a zone and area as a zoo. You know what's funny? If you have a bunch of creatures in a open area that are in cages, and you put a meeting zone on top of it, it automatically assigns it as a zoo. And your dwarves would go there and look at the animals. Also, if you do that, and it's assigned as a zoo, it says zoo instead of meeting zone, it says unnamed zoo. Dwarves that are standing in that meeting area will look at the animals in cages. But the cages have to be built before you build the zone over top of it. It's like an artifact of the way the zone system used to work before they added, like, taverns and temples. And guild halls. So sort of what you're saying is almost already there, but, like, implemented for older versions of the game, I guess. Time to cycle laundry and get to work. Sorry, it took me so long to get into the game, dude. Yeah, I like statue gardens as well. I mean, I still maintain that, like, if I could just snap my finger and just, like, create an update for Dwarf Fortress, it would explicitly be... It would explicitly be just fully modular, modifiable, moddable user interface. That's it. Like, that is, like, my pie in the sky. I wish that could just be added, like, now. Because then they could work on... Because, like, that's what Putnam is slowly working on behind the scenes. Like, as far as I understand it, it's, like, just a lot of very slow, methodical improvements to the behind-the-scenes code of the user interface and bug fixing. And it's, like, if I could just snap my fingers and just have, like, fully user-modifiable user interface, that would be, like, a dream scenario. So, this was the last fortress. Okay, this is Monsters Mash. This is my Untamed Wilds big ol' fort. The fort before that was Dragon Trap, which is over here. And this fortress went to war with a bunch of stuff south of it. These humans, other dwarves, and various other things. Underneath Origin Civilization, we were playing as the Bolt of Contests up there, which is why that's their mountain home now. Oh wow, I found another dead faction. Rack Beast! There's the North Guilds, which are all the way the hell over here. The Dipped Volcano, who we played before. That was the Vampire Fort for 10 years. There's the Elevated Labors. Gotta elevate these labors. We've got the Carnal Anvil, who are pretty dead-ish. We've got the Laborious Wall, who we also haven't played as. The Channel of Crests, who are dead. And the North Guilds and the Dipped Volcano, who we've played as. So there's basically, what, 4 factions down here we've never played as? I'm actually kind of curious. Who's closest to there? There's the elevated labors. Those are in a good spot down here. We could try something with that. What is this? It's just a little wilderness lake. I'm just gonna kind of peek around and see what's up, see what's available, you know? See what's around and things. Could do another ocean fort. What's up, Bay Boy Zed? Not really. I'm kind of just playing it by ear, Southern Nomad, at the moment. I thought I would have one by this point, but I kind of don't. Well, that's interesting. The Steel of Crabs. So there's this haunted temperate freshwater marsh, which is not a moist tropical broadleaf forest, which is a little bit disappointing. Well, so currently I just have this little faction selected, which is the Elevated Labors. They do have a king, which is Cybrek Covered Earthen. They have 13 sites. So they're relatively functional. Oh, that's a cool spot. Even Cinders. Even Cinders! Just looking for interesting things. I don't know if I necessarily want to do a volcano. There's just so many volcanoes, I'm just like naturally attracted to them. This is cool, all of these like human towns near volcanoes. Mysterious Palace in the Untamed Wilds. Ooh. Okay, so hold up. The last fort wasn't a volcano fort. The one before that wasn't, but the one before that was. We could do a volcano fort. I mean, if we want to do something like really not summery at all, we could do a volcano fort in the middle of the ocean. I want to say that there's actually a cave on this. Don't ask me how I know that. They've not learned from Pompeii. They're dwarves. They don't learn. They dig deeply and greedily. Okay, this is cool, actually. It's kind of a shame that there's no volcano on this because this is a Untamed Wilds and Joyous Wilds. Arctic Ocean and tundra. Like, that's super cool. That's super duper duper cool. This is all untamed. There's a terrifying tundra. Because this is what? Yeah, that's just a glacier. So my faction is down here. What do we have up here? How steep are these? Real fucking steep. All Untamed Wilds. Oh man, that's neat. The Meandering Glacier and the Ocean of Lilacs and the Glacier of Tulips. How big is that? Quite big. You know, there's an idea forming in my head right about now of like the North Bridge and the Great Gap or something. Just do like a long embark. Go across. Like that could be interesting. Not all that vital, technically, but it's good to be back, Meow. Trying to think, when did I last build a bridge? Although this will be frozen probably like all year, right? Oh wow, there's actually a heavy aquifer under that. It's like a James Bond castle. Or a James Bond fortress kind of deal. Fridge bridge? The Frigid Bridgid! These are all just tundra. It's all just cold. Oh, that's cool. Searching for the Northwest Passage. Yeah, the thing is, like, if we're gonna play a different faction, like, there's the North Guilds, but they'd be so far away. Ooh. That's pretty good right there. It is freezing, so, like, the ocean would just be... So it wouldn't be much of a bridge, because the ocean would just be frozen the whole time, right? I don't know what you mean by what about a canal. Please elaborate on that statement. I'm kind of leaning like just somewhere in this area, but I feel like if we were to go here, playing the North Guilds would make more sense. Like not playing Evil Blunt. Sorry, there's just something funny about that. Evil Blunt. That's my favorite Snoop Dogg album. Oh, that's cool. It's only Untamed Wilds though. So it's not actually that crazy right there. The Strait of Dwarfus. Not really, but I mean, that would be more like a really long bay now, wouldn't it? Like this kind of thing. Because like, where is it? Down here is Squidward, which was it the North Guilds? Yeah. I could play as the North Guilds again, and we could go all the way up here and do something up here, because that would make sense with this faction. I mean, what's up here? A whole bunch of gold, silver, copper, and stuff. That's all just wilderness, so nothing too crazy. I guess the question is, do you guys want, like... Do you guys want something that's, like, wilderness, or do you guys want something that's, like, untamed? The North Guild's expanded north. About time. You guys want something untamed? Okay. Well, that haunted area is like at the other end of the world. It's like northwest, so very far away from the North Guilds. Like this area, like the factions that would make sense would either be, I think, the Elevated Labors or the one that we were just playing, which is the Bolt of Contests. Because that's all the way the hell over here. Wilderness and Untamed. Wilderness means you get bigger and more aggressive animals. Untamed means that if you damage the surface, then you'll get agitated animals, which just attack you. Whereas Wilderness, you don't get agitated animals. You just get bigger, more threatening animals. So there's... It wouldn't really be a bridge, but we could do this. Which is, like, not the haunted area, but it is joyous. Let's just take a look at it and see how big I would need to make it. Ugh, that's gonna be a very large embark. Actually, how deep is that? Not super deep. You know what, screw it. I'm just gonna do a quick embark right here. I just want to see what this area looks like. I mean, I assume it's going to be a lot of white, but... Let's do, like, somewhere around here. Gold, silver, copper, lead, and flux. Iron, gold, silver, copper, lead, and flux. We need to remember that all of this is just going to be frozen. How deep is this? 129 layers, 15 tall. Let's unpause for a second. This is also midsummer, meaning it's very unlikely that... Puffins! Barbie puffins. Look at them. Fucking love puffins. They're so cute. I mean, I'm trying to think, like, when was the last time I did a glacier fort? Like, there's sunbursts. That's memorable. And water lungs. I don't know what puffins do. I think they're just birds. Yeah, they're just birds. So they're not mischievous. They're not going to steal your stuff. Remember one last summer-ish? Maybe. Not one that I remember. They can be quite sociable. They're like related to toucans, aren't they? So pixie farms? Sort of, I guess. Was Gortusk a glacier? The Vampire Fortress was a glacier. Gortusk was not. The one where I built a vampire fort was. That was the one where I made the volcano erupt. It sounds like you are significantly more educated in this subject than me, Castro. Where you built under an ocean while it was frozen in the winter? That was Machine Waters. It took me a second, but we got there. F4 and DF bringing up the escape menu? What? I mean, F4 does nothing. It depends on how cold it is, but usually they freeze all the way down. Basic music. There are some things that can prevent it, though, from freezing all the way down. Yeah, that was the fort with the aquatic camels. Machine Waters, which is why we created the Machine Water Swim Club of camels. What else do we have here? Those Untamed Wilds. I'm just looking at other little glaciers that are kind of scattered around. Ooh, that's a neat one. The Laconic? What the hell is a Laconic? That's not a bad spot. There's a cave right there up in Tundra. I guess the question is glacier or tundra? I do really quite like this area, though. Gold, silver, copper, nickel, lead. Pumpernickel lead. You gotta love it. It's a shame that these volcanoes are just in tundra and not glaciers. Although now I'm wondering if volcanoes can even be on glaciers. You lean towards... Ooh, actually... That could be a bridge fort. Can you use volcano tubes as tunnels? I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that. Like, are you asking, can you drain them? Yeah, it's just very time consuming. Using a few words quiet. Huh. So I do sometimes feel like I require a thesaurus to play Dwarf Fortress, but has a wider variety in wildlife? Sure, but it's more common varieties of wildlife. I mean, that's a huge, terrifying area. There's a lot of parts of this world that I just haven't looked at all, so there's tons of options here. Actually, that's probably kind of whack. I just want to see what this looks like, out of curiosity. It's good to be back, Necrontier. Howdy. Yeah, this is the why the game needs a map rewrite. That's kind of wild looking though. Like that is the whole mountain range. There's Galena like right there. Oh wow, it's really shallow. It only goes down to layer 50 something, but it goes up to 115. It's very ballsy. Romanoid. I do kind of... You know what we could do? Actually, now I remember which was the last one that I did on a glacier. It was that fort where I tried to set out to melt the glacier. Remember? Where I had a time bomb. It was like a strict time limit. Was it Hot Springs? Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds like a fortress that I would name. Yeah, it wasn't that long ago. It was just a very short run fortress. Like, it didn't last that long because I didn't succeed. We could just... Sorry, my nose is running all of a sudden. Allergies. We could just go for just an evil glacier and kind of call it a day. Because, like, there's that terrifying one. There's... Okay, this one's just haunted. Unless I settle, like, right on top of Evil Blunt. Is there any terrifying up here, or is it just... That ocean is haunted, too. Okay, I mean, if we just want to go with, like, something that's hard... Like, if you guys just want me to hate my life... We could just settle on this... The Ocean of Lilacs and the Colorless... Ooh, that's a good name. The Colorless Blizzard. No flux too. Who needs flux? No, there's flux actually. There's just flux on the shore, not on the ocean. It's the opposite. The land has flux, the ocean doesn't. You don't give a flux? I don't give a flux capacitor with this time travel. Welcome to a summer vacation. Beautiful beach resort. It's like, it's an evil ocean! Terrifying! Emperor penguins! White Pony, well, thank you very much for the 50 months! Holy shit, that's such a long time. It's good to be back, man. Appreciate you. It does sound like the Colorless Blizzard does sound like something from Lovecraft. I will let the game run for a minute and we'll see. Oh shit, I actually picked the wrong year. Oh well, we'll still see what appears. Not the penguins! I just want to see what's here. Why does the year matter? Because I want it to be concurrent with the continuation of the fortress. Dang, they big. Because I want it to be a continuation, basically. So, like, this is the continuation, where I've done 6 forts and 1 adventure in this world. I clicked on this one, where I've only done 2 forts. That's why the year matters. Am I a pro skipping the tutorial so nonchalantly? I've been playing this game since roughly 2009. So, yes? Also, I've never actually finished the tutorial. So, it's like, this is one of those games where if it had achievements, and one of the achievements was complete the tutorial, I would not have it. Those elephant seal man pics, they've got giant noses. The demons are, like, that DF hack is including, like, things inside of the fun cubes and also the magma spires. So when it says 5 demons, that's not abnormal at all. That's actually kind of low. I do get paid to play this game, Jody. So yeah, by that definition, I am literally a pro. Why did I not finish the tutorial? Because I got bored. Because I didn't need it. I don't know. Because like, I already knew all the mechanics, and like, I made it a little bit into the tutorial. And was like, yeah, I don't need this. This is fine. And so I just Alt F4'd and made a fort without the tutorial. Okay, that's actually kind of wild. The amount of haunted space on this glacier has gone down. Unless I'm like... So, okay. This is it right now, right? I'm just gonna go to the live stream VOD and just rewind a wee bit. You're gonna see picture in picture for a second. This is the VOD here. So if I go back, yeah, look at that. That's, unless I went to the wrong spot. No, I did go to the right spot. So in the year 214, there was a lot more evil on this glacier. And now, there's a lot less. That's crazy. Do you think that the demon overlord died, maybe? And that, like, slowed the spread of evil? Oopsies. Like, that's fascinating. That is fascinating. I don't think I've ever, like, noticed that before. Yeah, it's got to be something like that. The gradual spread of corruption. That's cool. Actually, like, really cool. So yeah, I guess this is the only real terrifying glacier then. So it's either terrifying or joyous. Alternatively, there's this temperate conifer forest, which borders on this terrifying tundra. Then that's just wilderness. I've just never noticed it so pronounced before. We killed a demon overlord in not that faction, though. That wasn't the one that we were at war with, I don't think. Yeah, no, this is a different goblin faction than this one. This is the one that we were at war with. We killed a demon overlord who lived here. Nope, not there. We killed a demon overlord that lived... Gear Spider. We killed a demon overlord who lived here. So this is the one that's dead. Metal Fuse, thanks for the 17 months. Appreciate you. No ore in that forest? I don't care about ore, I think, anywhere near as much as chat does, but... Because, like, the things on the surface of an evil map can't dig, so I just need to get underground. And then it's just a matter of, like, getting traders in and out. Thundered Cave! That's a good name for a thing. I kind of just don't want to be in an evil forest at the minute. So yeah, basically if we want to do a haunted glacier, it's going to be this one. There's humans and elves close by. The ocean is untamed wilds. Actually, I kind of like this. This little bay here. This is also pretty good. But it's not a glacier. I'm all right, Bob. I had a pretty good little vacation. It didn't feel like much of a vacation, but it was good. It was like a short whirlwindy-ish trip followed by jet lag. But back now, and it's good to be back. Let's take a peek at this. I like this. You have selected a large area. Choose a small area if you experience lag. You have selected an area with salt water. It might be very difficult to survive here. You have selected an area with a light aquifer. You might have to dig through or be pumped out. You have selected an evil area. You may find it very unpleasant environments here. You have selected a savage area. The wildlife might be very dangerous here. It's like, the only one we're missing is like the heavy aquifer. Four different jets actually. It was my first time on an airliner in a really long time as well. Like the real big jets. Okay, that's actually kind of a cool map. So this is an evil area. Holy crap, Irish Stupid. Thanks for the 2222.
Stupid cheered. X2222.
So YouTube chat is saying Volcano Fort or bust. So does that mean you're going to bust if I don't play a Volcano Fort? Most you've ever done is 2 or 3? It was the only way I could get not red-eye flights or flights that were like unobtainiumly expensive. They were fine though. I mean, it was a 3-hour layover in Ottawa on the way back and a like 50-minute layover in Calgary on the way there. And the Ottawa one was perfect because it was just long enough to go to like get food. We left the airport and we walked across the Sky Bridge and went to a hotel called the Alt Hotel, and there's like a pizza place in there. And we had a very nice lunch there and then got back on the plane. So I don't mind a layover as long as there's like a decent restaurant close by or like it's very short. So it was fine. Although, kind of funny, on the way there, Air Canada broke one wheel on my suitcase because we checked luggage. And then on the way back, they broke the other wheel in the exact same way, so it rolls straight again. So on the way there, when I arrived, my suitcase wouldn't roll nicely. And then they broke the other wheel in the exact same way, so now it rolls nicely again. I'm not thrilled, but like at least it rolls. They broke and fixed my suitcase. Does the lag get worse the more jets you take? Some people like don't get problems with jet lag. I get a lot of problems with jet lag. There's an undead yeti and giant penguins on the map. What an absolute unit. And then the Yetis and Are We There, Yeti? Why did they break my wheels? I don't know. I didn't really get an answer, nor did I ask. I feel like that's just all penguins. You went to CERN for a school trip about 15 years ago, and it was your first trip as a passenger compartment of an aircraft, and you've only ever been in the cockpit before then. I feel like that's a very unique experience. It takes about 3 months for you to get jet lag. Yeah, but you're like biologically engineered to be immune to normal human problems. This is where they fight the chickens? Maybe in Mexico. I'm just wondering if we'll get freaky weather. I actually really like the look of this. Problem is I don't really have a goal. How deep is this? 130? Okay, how tall is it? 20? Okay, pretty standard. Oh, absolutely. You can wrangle and farm just about anything if you try hard enough. Survivor 1. I've absolutely farmed giant penguins before. They're a pretty good food source. Just gonna see what else appears. Not really. Vagard. I don't want this to be a super long fort. That's my only real thing with this fort. Penguins do lay eggs, yes. They need nest boxes. Like ground dolphins? I don't know why you're grinding up dolphins, but... I can type, I swear. Just wanna... Forgot a space. I just want to see what else is on the map. Doubt it, Jody. More Yeti corpses. All right. Yeah, that sounds fun. Let's do this. Let's do that. The Infinite Universes. Fort 7. Every time you've flown in a plane, you quickly get tired as you fly and you usually sleep most of the trip? Yeah, I don't know. Ever tried to make a fortress near a volcano? Okay, so not the last fortress or the one before, but the one before that was on a volcano. Not the one before that, not the one before that, but the one before that was on a volcano. Not the one before that, I can't remember. I don't know, maybe several dozen in the last 2 years? 3 years? Several dozen in the last 3 years. Bayboy said. You need to remember, I have probably in the ballpark of 15,000 hours of time spent playing this game. So if you're asking me a question of, have you ever built a fortress in this place, or have you ever done this with a fortress? The answer is probably already, yeah. Like 5 times, maybe 20. Surface glacier fort with no walls, only patrols. Nah, I'm good. Not in the no walls part. Fort on stilts? There's a RimWorld Twitch streamer, Donjus, named Disnoff, who I recently looked at on a Twitch tracking site that claims that he's streamed almost 25,000 hours of RimWorld. I think I'm in the ballpark of 15,000 hours of time streamed of Dwarf Fort. All right, so we don't want to do the same faction. the North Guilds is a very built faction, which would make sense that they would finally move north. So I think we'll play as the North Guilds once more. It's either the yeah, okay. We're playing as the North Guilds, which means maybe dwarves from previous forts will migrate up here. So we are very close to Monster Mash, which means we're probably going to get attacked by Mega Beasts, actually, which is going to be fun. And yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. I haven't played RimWorld in years. I think that game is rather dull. I more or less burnt out on it and just kind of never wanted to go back. Literally, my head is empty. Like, the only thing I can think about Dwarf Fortress related right now is editing the last Fortress Monster Mash into a video, which is getting there, and I've been working on that for the last 3 days. So I kind of, like, don't have the creative capacity to come up with any goals. So I'm open to ideas. I will probably say no to most of them, but feel free to suggest things. This fortress is just kind of becoming one of those forts that's just going to be kind of hard on its base without any, like, how do I put this? Without any, like, real need for additional challenges. But if you guys want other things, let me know. I fucking hated Oxygen Not Included. I played like 60 hours of that game. I wanted to like it. I don't like its structure. It doesn't do anything that I like about colony builders. And yeah, I don't know. That's a physics puzzle game, not the kind of game that I like. I like story generators. That's a physics puzzle game. It's like, that game is more appealing in like the Kerbal kind of appealing. It's not even remotely appealing to me as a game. Only build with ice? You can't? Like, you can't. Like, quite literally, you can't only build with ice. Fort without a military possible? I'm not going to do that. I mean, possible, sure, but like not really interesting. Has Arctic Research Station vibes? Yeah. Yeah. I don't know how deep the ice is going to be. You can't build out of soap, and you haven't been able to since version 50, Chris in YouTube chat. Few seconds? More like 5 minutes, Piticato. The thing about vampires that chat needs to remember, I ate your lobsters, is I really don't like playing Dwarf Fortress with vampires. I do it because chat bugs me to do it, and I do it about once a year, so I will not be doing anything with vampires in this fort. I think it's like after five minutes of no oxygen, you start getting brain damage, if I'm not mistaken. Like, you pass out after a minute, but I'm pretty sure it's 5 minutes. I need to look it up, but... Can't you pump up water and wait for it to freeze? Mate, this is a haunted evil biome. So for all I know, there will be evil weather that will turn dwarves into husks. We do not know. So I can't promise anything like that until I've played long enough to actually know what I'm up against. And currently, I don't know what I'm up against. So maybe is all I can really... Like, when people... This is actually kind of the problem with coming up with challenges for Dwarf Fortress, is a lot of them are hinged on circumstances that aren't guaranteed until you've played for like a year in game. So that could be cool. However, it doesn't work exactly the way that you think it does, because the second the ice comes out of a pump, it'll immediately freeze. I could like use buckets, certainly, but those buckets would freeze. It's not as straightforward as I think you're imagining. And the fact that this is a terrifying biome, like if you're saying very ambitious construction project, okay, we'll play in a wilderness biome and not a terrifying biome so that it's actually like possible. Otherwise, it's very much as to if it's even possible. And I also have stated multiple times, I don't want this to be
Happy Saturday.
another 2.5 month long fort, like my real time, because the last one lasted too long. So I want this to be like I don't know, a 5 or a 6 stream fort. So if your suggestion is an extremely ambitious thing, I'm just gonna kind of shake my head and go, nah, I ain't going to build a huge suspended lava structure for this fort. That ain't happening. It's just, I'm not gonna put the time in for that. Because like, I'm going to play this world until the Dino update releases, which could be in a few weeks, could be in a month, don't know. So I'm not going to take on any super huge ambitious projects right now. Is it 5 minutes, Castro? Greg and then some, thanks for the 14th month, welcome back. For 10 years and then a dwarf vampire? Hell yeah, glad you like them. Are there zombies in this game? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You must be new here, hey? There was literally undead yetis on this map when I, like, last popped in. As, yeah, dinosaurs. Fried onions. Dwarves can't make bows, so saying archery only is literally impossible without modding the game. I could do crossbows only, and I've done that in several forts. But, like, it's not really a challenge. It's just something I do. Have you ever built a segregated fort? The game doesn't work that way, and I'm not going to do that. If you want to try that super amp, you'll find out why I just refuse to do that, because the game is not designed to be played that way, and you run into a lot of job cancellation problems because dwarves will claim jobs outside of their like restricted area and will try to leave it for multiple reasons. It's just not something I'm willing to do because it just results in job cancellations and frustration. Like, all you need is one dwarf to go into a strange mood and everything breaks. So no, I will not do that. Basically, there's an ad running right now. I'm not going to go into this one with a goal. Let's just start it and see what happens. We'll play from there. Mostly because I haven't played the game in about 10 days. It's been a long time since I started a new fort, and I'm rusty. And this is already going to be a really hard map. I'm sure stuff will become a theme as we go. For scratch cards, you could get rid of that ad by subscribing to twitch.tv/BLINDIRL. You could periodically mod that into your civs as you're playing PT Kata. It's not just that it's stressful, it's just not fun. Super app. Like, I'm okay with doing challenge runs in Dwarf Fort, but I do kind of have a mental rule, which is I play this game because I like it. And there's a lot of different challenge runs that people talk about and ask me to do that I've done similar things a long time ago and in the past, and it's just not fun. Like, it's just frustrating to play in certain ways because this game isn't built for it. And if you, and like, I know that people like watching videos of that sort of stuff, but you need to remember that a lot of people that make those types of videos aren't streaming it. So you're not actually seeing the minute-to-minute gameplay. And if something is categorically unpleasant and fucking boring to play, or extraordinarily slow and tedious, I'm just not going to stream it because it's not going to be good live stream content. And at the end of the day, this is what pays the bills, not the YouTube videos. So the priority here is that it is fun to watch, and then, if possible, fun to make into a video after the fact. So that is my priority. That always has been my priority. So when people request things like segregation fort or extraordinarily like ambitious construction projects, that would just be like multiple weeks of streams of me just very slowly building one line at a time. And that's just not fun to watch. Yeah, and that's also true, Real Gamer Cow. Like the last fort, I kind of had a theme going in, and then it became like full-on hell invasion with mega beasts. You know, like it became a thing. Sometimes I go in with a specific theme, and then sometimes it just kind of happens organically. And I think for this one, we'll just let it happen. Okay, so we are the North Guilds. I have played this faction before. The first fortress I did in this world was part of this faction, so it's been a little while. We do have our starting 7 dwarves. I will enable dwarf naming when we get our first migrant wave. Sorry. The group name, I wanted to type in North, and I got ignorance. The North Ignorance! The North Adventure! The North Pole. Nope. Post? North Post. Gunyu! Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the Raiders? You know, I've literally never seen a purring maggot in Dwarf Fortress, Chris, in YouTube chat, who says, make a little purring maggot milk farming. I've literally never seen a purring maggot. In, like, my thousands of hours, I've never found one. So, if I find one, sure, but... You know, okay. Chat seems to want this to be a surface fort, so I'll say this. We could build this a surface fort. We could do that. What is Paralives? It's The Sims, is it not, Piticato? Enjoy your foods. I hope your stream was good. I mean, it's not hard to be better than, like, EA games, so. Okay, what's... So, the two things that I've seen a bunch of are... People want me to build a fortress with a lot of crossbows and a surface fort. I'm not going to build it entirely out of ice because fuck that. Just flat. Just fuck that. The North Trench is pretty good. The North Skull. We could be like... I like the North Tundra. If it was around a chasm, then it was more than a decade. Because chasms were removed in circa 2014, right? Like actual chasm designations. You could just call it the North Realm. It's very... basic, but Mirror Fangs, Sandal Spears, Burial Lashes, Inky Bud, Cave Take, Road Grotto, Lantern Crowds, Sinrex, Fortress practices. Chucked post. Ceiling wave. Rampart seizure. Crystal smile. The North Shore is pretty good. Isn't that like? Isn't the North Shore like an outdoor gear brand? What's up, our lives? My vacation was good. Yeah, it was a nice trip. Didn't feel very restful, but it was fun. Had a good time. The North Shore is an area of Pittsburgh. Got it. The South Butt. Mm-hmm. Crystal baldness. No, that's baldness smile. Frozen baldness. Nope. Doesn't roll off the tongue. Oh, I got a unique one, chat. No one's ever come up with this one before. Completely unique Dwarf Fortress name. Or this one's also really good. Yeah. Also very unique. No one's ever come up with that before either. Actually, damn it, there isn't an Oblivion. Chat says Cheeseborg. I don't think that there's a word for like berg. So I can't actually name it Cheeseburg. Actually, I wonder. Okay, so I could do like a hyphen Oblivion. I could call it the Oblivion. The problematic Oblivion. The Oblivion. No. I mean, the Oblivion. The second you put a "the" in, to me it sounds like the group name. So like the North Oblivion or something. Like that's what I would problematic Blizzard. Fortress name, the let's see what the Profane Blizzard. No. Elder Blizzard would be pretty good. Elder. There is no scrolls. I can't call it the Elder Scrolls. I could call it the Angry Blizzard. Or the Greed Blizzard. I can't call it the Corporate Blizzard. There's no word for choir. There's a word for squirt, though. So you can squirt songs over to your Zune. I don't think... we've tried to do Morrowind before, but you'd have to add words to the game to do that. Actually, hold up. I need to know. The profane squirt, so most of them? The lusty Argonian maid. I mean... if you build it, they will come. The lusty Argonian maid, I mean. Is lust a word? Oh my god, it is. That's just the squirt that you were talking about, chat. Frozen lust. Is Undertale possible? Under... stale. It's literally just Undertale from Temu. Oy, fucking man. Although I think Thunderstale is funnier than Understale, just because it we have Undertale at home. Oh man, that's really funny. Actually, is Tail possible here? Yeah, no, it's literally just stale. I mean, you know, that game's been out long enough. I mean, Sans is getting pretty stale. Let's be honest. Wizard Blizzard? Unfortunately, I can't do. Can I do a Gizzard Blizzard? There's no Gizzard. I do really like the word blizzard. I could call it the Lizard Blizzard. Blizzard Lust does go pretty hard. It does. It's like it's definitely some sort of synth pop album. Grizzly Angels? Ooh. Oops. Abby Blizzard. Escort Blizzard! That now just makes me realize that you could name a fortress Escort Lust and then just, like, make it a tavern full of naked, like, tavern goers. Oh boy. Could call it the Blizzard Palace. Hatred Blizzard. The Bug Blizzard. No clothes production, the hot tub stream. No clothes, yeah. Oh, damn. Hold up. Blizzard Pass goes pretty hard. He is in fact back. How is Donut? On the new diplomacy stuff, I kind of did. I uploaded a YouTube short about it. It's like literally 30 seconds of explaining our lives. Like there's nothing to tutorialize, really. Like basically, if the question is, are you going to do a tutorial on? The answer is almost categorically no, because I don't make tutorials anymore. I sneak tutorial segments into the big movie videos because there just isn't enough people searching for tutorials that they're worth uploading to my channel. Like, period. They just don't do well enough for it to be worth it. Like, if I spend a day making a tutorial and it gets 2,000 views and makes 12 bucks, that's not worth my time. I would rather spend 4 days and make a big movie, upload that, and it gets 100,000 views. So it's not worth it for me. It's the reason why a lot of the channels that made tutorials around the launch of Dwarf Fortress have all moved on and are all making tutorials out of different games. It's why I don't make tutorials anymore. I will do the occasional getting started guide, like a primer, but I wait for big patches to come out for when I do that. So will I do a tutorial on like the diplomacy stuff? No, because it's not worth making a tutorial out of. There isn't enough. There isn't enough of a. There isn't enough there for it to be needed. It's good to have you around, Sergeant Donut. Actually, I wonder. Frozen Pass goes pretty hard. Yeah, sure. We'll go with that. Mesa Music, of course. What other games do the Dwarf Fortress YouTuber play mostly? Well, like, what other games do I play? On stream or off stream? Off stream, I play like arcade racing games and Tetris, and sometimes Vampire Survivors clones. On stream, Dwarf Fortress and sometimes City Builders, and sometimes like traditional roguelikes. Because when I play Dwarf Fortress, I have like 200 to 250 people watching most days. When I play anything else, I have like 100. So it's kind of like, do I play the game that I enjoy and make a decent living playing, or do I take a quarter of the paycheck? It's usually the first one. Yeah, I did stream a bunch of Cheese Runner at one point. And if I am going to stream a different game, it's usually like in the evenings for like an hour. Is runner a word? No, runner. I could call it Cheese Run. Cheese Sprung! Actually, hold up. Drunken Blizzard. Or even better, the Drunkenfrost. Go home, Blizzard, you're drunk. You've had too many. Get away from the bar. Drunkenfrost goes really hard and also sounds like a Glory Hammer song, you know? Or like a Tear song. Like one of those like very basic like power metal band songs. That's what that sounds like to me. You can hear the D drop guitar. It's like, and the Drunkenfrost or something. That could also be like a Sabaton song. I have Cran Fizz, Western Family brand. It tastes like fizzy cranberry. That it would need to be a, what do you call it? A Joyous Wilds for stuff like that to happen, because then it rains like wine and things. And oh, hi, Mark. It's good to see you, man. I mean, we could have a brick of frozen cheese and a dwarf that's drinking ale as our image, if you want. Are you drunken, Yeti? Yeti isn't a word. I like Drunkenfrost. Chat, all in favor of Drunkenfrost, say aye. Is it possible to do square pants? Yes. You could make square pants the fortress. All right, we are Fortress Drunkenfrost. It is a haunted map, so I should be cautious about what animals I bring. Or terrifying, I should say. Not even just haunted. Spore tree wood stuff. That's interesting. I certainly don't need that step ladder, nor do I need that wheelbarrow. I'm not going to bring dogs because they'll aggro literally everything on the map. You want, like, non-aggro animals. Maybe you'll be lucky and it won't be reanimating? I mean, I don't know until we get there, right? Generally, when I do evil maps, I say I won't bring animals. So, I think I'm going to stick to that. Unless chat convinces me, and you're going to have to try pretty hard to convince me on that one. Let's do skills first. Often feels envious of others. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him and has a greedy streak and does not go out of his way to help others. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance and he doesn't cling tightly to ideas as open to changing his mind. He doesn't generally use quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She is vengeful and never forgives or forgets past grievances and would never pass up a chance for a good fist fight. Damn! Dreams of mastering a skill, personally hates those that wield power over others. Groove chanted. Well, we found our captain of the guard, basically. Maybe not Axe Dwarf. Let's go Mark. Mark's Dwarf. Armor user, shield user, fighter. Other. Leader? Yeah, we'll say leader. Tactician. Intimidator. But we're out of points. You. Rage against the Dwarf machine. Is a deal to live personally. Doesn't particularly value loyalty and doesn't care about fairness. You're greedy? Statues, bonfire, opal. Let's give you a few points in mining and engraving. And for funsies, let's say singer, musician. There you go. You are what? You dream of raising a family. You find skill mastery off pudding. You can be a planter? Maybe not butcher, but like planter and a brewer. 1 point in engraving. Cheese maker, maybe, because chat was yelling about cheese earlier. That one's for you, chat. Soaper, lime maker, just general all-around farmer. A few points in singing. Cobalt showered. You dream of creating a great work of art. Thinks the quest for knowledge is a delusional fantasy and finds romance distasteful. Cool. Makes a small mess with his own possessions, does not easily fall in love, really develops positive feelings, prefers everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and often acts with compassion, has little interest in joking around, and thinks that he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things. Doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing his mind, and tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. And often feels discouraged and can handle stress. All right, well, I'm just going to give you... I'm going to give you points in crutch walking because you're going to get beaten up with a brain like that. Let's just give you that and some engraving. And maybe a few points in cooking. And you seem like a scheming bastard, so some scheming and some counseling. And lying. Politician. We got page points. Domat. Very stubborn. Dour as a rule, conflicted by this. He values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He's quick to anger and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He's not particularly curious about the world and doesn't focus on material goods. He doesn't have stress. He doesn't have stress well. Oh no! Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He personally believes that war is a useful means to an end and values tranquility and a peaceful day. 30 years old. Zudan Kathwer fought Ekast. You... Since you dream of crafting a masterwork. I'll give you weaponsmith, armorsmith, blacksmith, and engraver stonecarver. You dream of raising a family. Often finds herself changing her mind to agree with somebody else. She's accompanied under pressure, and she does not often feel lustful. She often acts personally, raising mercy. She values, she tends to form only Chinese emotional bonds with others. Takes off her help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. And she tends to avoid crowds. She is somewhat quarrelsome, and she's bothered by this. Since she tends to be passive in discussions, she tends to be active with little determination and confidence, and generally acts with an narrow focus on the current activity. Oh, speaking of themed forts, chat, I noticed that it's been almost 2 years since I uploaded the first worst map video, and it's been almost a year since I uploaded the second, which means sometime in the next 2 months we're gonna have to do another run at that fort. Speaking of, your dwarves are having a milking demonstration. Sounds like you have a farmer's guild. Ironically, I've had that. I've been to like dairy farms before and learned how to milk a cow. Same thing. If you kill enough undead yetis, will they go regionally extinct? Yes. Same goes for literally any creatures. Well, I mean, it's probably in a farmer's guild, which would mean it's probably like sheep or pigs or whatever. Can you overfish? Seasonally, yes, and like pools can. I don't know too much about how that works, but I know the short answer is yes, the long answer is yes, asterisk. Like when it says there's nothing available to catch in insert area, it means you've caught everything, basically. Fishing isn't something I pay a ton of attention to, though. Dream of raising a family. Nar. That's your god. I'm gonna give you some doctory skills. And I'm gonna give you furnace operating. And maybe brewing and planting. The last one here, Lorbam. Shoot, hermits! What? Jesus Christ! Why do you gotta shoot the hermits? I don't know, can you, Sergeant Donut? That seems like it's up to you, not me. You gotta go read the book. Man. I must be an extrovert. Yeah, you know. It's private to the point of paranoia. My god. This dwarf is a problem. It's private to the point of paranoia, unwilling to reveal even basic information about himself. He never feels lustful passions and rarely is jealous. He is swayed by emotional appeals and has an overbearing personality. He is very slow to anger and he feels a strong need to pay back any favor done for him. He is very humble and pleased by his own appearance and talents and generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy. And he is disturbed by this as someone who dislikes those that seek to acquire power over others. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He's quick to form negative views about things. He finds obligations confining. This dwarf. He finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He can sometimes act without deliberation. He is slow to trust others. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him and needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors but grumbles mildly at bad weather. Holy shit. I feel like everybody knows this dwarf. Everybody knows one, because like, it's like, he's my uncle. It's like that, yeah, kind of, actually. I have an uncle who's kind of like that. He's terrible at Thanksgiving. Yeah, never talk with Locum about politics during Thanksgiving. What do you dream of? Creating a great work of art. Uh-huh. He personally believes that perseverance is one of the greatest qualities somebody can have. This guy runs like a conspiracy theory radio show. Quality somebody can have, finds the acquisition and use of power abhorrent and would have all masters toppled, except for his paychecks, and values a harmonious existence when it benefits him, and dreams of creating a great work of art. I feel like I should give this dwarf a bunch of like lying and speech skills and just hope he becomes the expedition leader. Like competent liar, intimidator, persuader, negotiator. Speech? Maybe? And then like maybe one in engraving. Locum Mick Uncle. I've just got him as Unk. Should I put him as Unk or Uncle? Oblivious, peddle dubious health supplements to new arrivals. We've got this noxious ooze that keeps falling from the sky. I've heard that it regrows limbs, turns them into a husk. It's like, what is this? Vomit from the rarest elven corpse. Consume this sinew for maximum long-term health. Ilmiran, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you, mate. Chunkle. Oh, boy. Thank you for the appreciation. Appreciate back. Drink the ooze. And learn eternal life! Maybe he's not lying, you know? Yeah, this Forgotten Beast bile helps your beard grow longer. Oh boy. I'm not saying this is giving me a theme for this fort, but it's certainly giving me a main character. Man, I'm trying to think of a good name. I don't want to name him Rumble, but the thought crossed my mind for a second. Ratweed? Ooh. I'm thinking like, you know, like when it comes to names like, you know, Wormtongue kind of deal. Welcome Jones. Could just the testosterone supplement peddler. We're only growing soybeans in this fort because they don't tell you that the soybeans are in the testosterone supplements. Knuckles. Chuckles is pretty good. Chad, if there was a Dwarf Fortress conspiracy theorist, what would he be named? Or like low fantasy conspiracy theorist, you know? I mean, we've named other insufferable dwarves as Tim before. Rattail's pretty good. Grunkle's also pretty good. Chunkles is one that keeps coming up. Credulous Maximus. Conspiracy Theorist is pretty good as well. Badger. Fox Boulder. What is that, like a molder? I haven't watched X-Files in a very long time. Chungus. This could be kind of a main character run. Samwise, more like unwise. McLiver, McMarbles. Lost McMarbles! Twin Mountains. Rimtar feels like a conspiracy theorist first name. Moon Cheese. I mean, we are the Drunkenfrost. How's that? Fake mist. I could name him Fake Bruise, actually. Instead of Fox Bruise. Just call... No, it'd be like Ro Jogan. Rupert Murdoch. No, how about Rupert Murloc? Ro Jogan is kind of a great name, though. It kind of is. Just like Jalix. It doesn't really work with A for owns. I could just name him Murloc. Junka Jogan. I think I'm just going to go with Murloc. I don't want to just be like explicitly like a real life alive figure, because that's, I don't know, icky. Murloc suits it. To me, it's like, it's either like Murloc or like Fox Bruise. You're a stout. Oh yeah, true. I put a K in there. I'm gonna think about that one. Okay, let's just go to items real quick. I'm only going to bring the bare minimum, so I'm not gonna bring rock nuts for the minute. I'm not gonna bring dimple cups for the minute. Because we're gonna need to get underground, like ASAP. We're locked up. Dick Maxon. Dick Maxon is something that I hope Reddit doesn't get a hold of, Angel Matt. That seems like a lot of like air pumps are required. A lot of sketchy pills, you know. Okay. This would be extremely tedious and time-consuming. But you know what I could do? We could have a rule that I have to buy all of the venom. Trap components, training weapons. Chat, I really need to take a piss. I will be back momentarily. Don't go anywhere too quickly unless you really want to. and keep name ideas and stuff rolling, and ideas for additional theme things. I will be back momentarily. All right. Quick, wiggle before he comes back. You gotta wiggle it. Yep, you did. Very effective wiggle. Murloc has a lot of plausible deniability, which works well. He wants a subtle reminder that constantly that shit sucks, yes. I just had to pee and wash my hands. It didn't take very long. Burgard. Took about, I don't know, 90 seconds-ish. Dumb question. Dwarven syrup is pressed sweet pods, right? I could also try to catch mog hoppers and make mog juice, which is very funny in current day slang. Is it that or rock nuts? There's no chance of what? That I'd find mogs? Or mog hoppers? They're pretty consistently in cavern layers. I just never bother catching them. You get it from processing to barrel. Got it. Complete mog water? Yeah. Well. Could do dwarven syrup, I guess. And then dwarven sugar is like pressed. Why don't I bring a bunch of dwarven syrup? Because we gotta make supplements, right? We'll also bring some sweet pot seeds. And chat wanted some sort of animal. And I was resisting. I'm gonna bring some pigs. Well, I was going to bring some pigs, but I need to bring less items to bring pigs.
Who would have, though?
Freeways, thanks for the 63rd month. And also the high tier subscription. I appreciate you. Cheers, mate. Welcome back. I don't need those. I don't need those quivers. I can make those. Full-size boars and the sows. We're here to sow a bunch of deceit. Only need one axe. And we'll bring a copper pick. Got 12 points left. Sweet pods are good for brewing, yeah. bring one additional thread. There's dozens of them. There's like one for every industry. Seismic. All right, so we are Drunkenfrost of the Oblivion Gate. Our group symbol is a dwarf, a goblet, the dwarf is raising the goblet, cheese, and the cheese is the dwarf is contemplating the cheese. The dwarf is devouring the cheese. I don't know where I'm going with this. Is contemplating the consumption of cheese. I really need to actually watch more X-Files. We could have a broad cross. The dwarf is hiding from the broad cross. The broad cross is screaming. Now you want some cheese? No one's stopping you. Lanix, thanks for the 38th month.
Crypt Beer, welcome back. How was the trip?
It was good. My dad had a great time. I had fun. It wasn't particularly restful, but it was a good trip. I was happy about it. Glad I went. The godforsaken knowledge. The bad no, the lost knowledge. No, because he doesn't like knowledge. The lost god. How about the bad truth? Is this a cult? Hold on, let me read the name of the dwarf who I'm trying to force to be the expedition leader, who we've named Murloc. He's private to the point of paranoia, unwilling to reveal even basic information about himself. He never feels lustful passions and rarely feels jealous. He is swayed by emotional appeals and has an overbearing personality. He is slow to anger and he feels a strong need to pay back any favor done for him. He is very humble and is pleased by his own appearance and talents. He generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and is disturbed by this as someone who dislikes those that seek to acquire power over others. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, is quick to form negative views about things, and finds obligations confining. He is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He can sometimes act without deliberation and is slow to trust others. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him and can handle stress and tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Damn right. He personally believes that the perseverance is one of the greatest qualities that somebody can have, finds the acquisition and use of power abhorrent and would have all masters toppled, and values a harmonious existence.
Sandwich!
Art. The better truth. Cheese, obviously. The great truth. The creamy truth. The greater truth. You can't handle the greater truth. Or the dreadful truth? The greatest. The greatest truth. Thankfully, social isn't a word. This, oh, actually, even better. The subordinate truth. Creamy truth is just my new, like, creamery. Yeah, that. I'd worship cheese? I already do. Mostly. So it's definitely not a cult. No. No. Sounds like an IPA. What, the subordinate truth or the creamy truth? You could name something the creamy socket. Do with that information what you will. And they'll make the goblins pay for it? Seismic? 94 Tails, thanks for the 13th month. Welcome back. Appreciate you. I like the subordinate truth. Could also call it the lost truth. Lost boys! That's just kind of funny to me. Actually, YouTube chat just said the Abbey of Insanity is pretty good. I think I win. I think I win. What do you think, chat? If I fits, I sits, and I think it fits. Are we sure it's not a cult? I don't know. I haven't asked any of the dwarves. You ask them. I don't know. I'm just here. Down we go. So the rabbit hole is an image of a dwarf, a goblet, cheese, and a broad cross. The dwarf is raising the goblet and contemplating the cheese and devouring the cheese. The dwarf is hanging. The dwarf is hanging from the broad. Wait, what? The dwarf is hanging from the broad cross. The broad cross. I said hanging, not hiding. I thought I. That's even better. The dwarf is hanging from the broad cross. The broad cross is screaming. Set this to 0. The rabbits are praying to the dwarf. The rabbit hole of truth. Rabbit holes of truth. Broad, not blood. Broad. B-R-O-A-D. This is grim, but also very much suits this evil biome. Whoopsies. Keep working. The rabbit holes of truth is an image of a dwarf, a goblet, cheese, and a broad cross, and rabbits. The dwarf is raising the goblet. The dwarf is contemplating the cheese. The dwarf is devouring the cheese. The dwarf is hanging from the broad cross. The broad cross is screaming. The rabbits are praying to the dwarf. The dwarf is dead. That just seemed fitting. I look at YouTube chat. I think I need a beer. Maybe you do. If that ain't enough a theme for you, then I don't know what be. Strike the earth. I hope we don't all die. I should have closed that first. You have arrived after a forbidding journey from the mountain homes. You have arrived after journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended. Your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all. I roll Domos. There's almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance, whether by bolt, plow, or hook, provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you. But it is spring now. No, it is not. It is definitely midsummer, but whatever. It is spring now. Enough time to delve secure lodgings. Ere the giant polar bears get hungry. The new chapter of dwarven history begins here at this place. Drunkenfrost. Strike the earth. I'm just going to do a quick save. Find us back from the darkness. I have returned to the land of the living. And hopefully, I'm not going to promise anything, but I'm hoping by my next stream on Tuesday, I will have a new video ready, but fingers crossed. It's almost a whole tapestry at this point. Oh, yeah. Bad LSD trip? That is true. Okay, so this is a glacier and an ocean. Chat wants me to build an above-ground fort. However, if I unpause the game and let the dwarves grab the items, of course Murloc is the expedition leader, as is tradition. I will go here and we will assign an additional miner. Let's give the diagnoser mining. We have a horse and a yak. Having unpaused the game for a few seconds. We've got an undead yeti who's going to come towards us pretty quick. So we got to get underground. Because that thing could kill all of us very quickly. Okay, we've got bauxite. I'm sorry, rubies? Rubies. Surface rubies. Holy shit. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen rubies this close to the surface, like ever. So, normal, yeah, but that's a first. We've deconstructed the wagon. More bauxite. I'm waiting for and looking for zombie yeti. There's a crab and a giant osprey as well. I'm just going to build a stoneworker's shop ASAP using the wagon wood. So Dwarf's gonna run underground and construct that. The cold crabs of Drunkenfrost, yes, the greatest. So yeah, we don't know what kind of effects the map is going to have. We'll find out soon enough, I'm sure, but... Okay, you make a hatch and blocks. We do the blocks first. So where's that Yeti at? Thankfully, pretty far away. We're all the way over here, which isn't too bad. I'm just going to make a everything stockpile. More or less everything. I'm going to remove a few things, but... Like, I'm going to remove... What? No, keep that. I'm going to remove stone. Sorry, stone. And I'm going to remove bars and blocks. But basically everything else can be brought down. Hey, Spites. So Legends is a bit out of date at the minute because I haven't been able to update it since the patch that added diplomacy released. So we're currently a bit out of date on this, unfortunately. So I'm looking for people who are willing to put in a pull request and help me update it. Because that's outside of my skill set, and my time is better spent editing at the minute. Ace Vituro, thank you very much for the Prime subscription for 12 months. Welcome back. If that's bauxite, then rubies and sapphires have a decent chance to spawn. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh. Let's just hide tutorials and go down here. Let's just go get the animals before they go too far away. As a reminder to everybody, Prime subs are a huge portion of my income. They are one of the things that help me do this for a living, so if you're hanging around and lurking, I just want to say a real quick thank you, especially if you have a hat next to your name, because if you're subscribed to this channel, then you're one of the reasons I'm able to do this as consistently and full-time as I do. So thank you very much. Is this a surprise stream? Nope, this was planned. I mean, I've been streaming on weekends pretty consistently as of late, anyways. And today is my first day back after my vacation. I'm also going to make a burrow. Which is just going to be called, like, not outside or something. Not outside.
$1.5 years.
We also made a meeting zone. Ace Vituro, thank you very much for the Prime. Gamerflix, thanks for the Prime for 9 months. And Shap9, thank you very much for the Prime for 14 months. And Blue Water 4875, thanks for the 5 months with Prime. Appreciate you. Hey, that's a hype train. You're pretty sure there's a word for what? Inside? I mean, you're probably onto something there. Uh-oh. See where you go there. Yes, spooky zombie. As long as the dwarves don't aggro it, we should be fine. Which turns out we were. No hit kill, thank you very much for the 10 months with Prime. And Eric, thanks for the $1. Appreciate you. All right. I'm going to lock this for a little bit. This is a whole bunch of bauxite. So I'm just going to do this. just going to mine out this chunk. And we'll build off of this. Also, Odin Abundance, it's good to see you, mate. And Laya, it's good to see you as well. Hope you're all doing well. Thank you very much for the hype train. That's the second train of the day. Because I did take a bunch of time off, I greatly appreciate the subscriptions at the minute before the end of the month. Because this is, you know, it's expensive to take a time off when you work in an industry where you only get paid while you're working. So thank you very much. Appreciate you. XCup XX, thank you very much for the Prime subscription as well. Have I played Caves of Cud? I have hundreds of hours in Caves of Cud and recommend it. Thumbs up. Good game. Nude Thane as well. Thank you very much for that subscription. I'm just making sure everybody's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, cool. They're all in here. We're good. We left a crutch? Where? Oh yeah, you're right. Could probably go get it. Let me just make this a wee bit bigger. There is a large osprey right there. And Arctichill Omega, thank you very much for the full keg. That's the big subscription on the YouTube side. Appreciate you. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the big YouTube sub? And YouTube folks, you guys can hit beers too if you want. Also, Murloc is now in love with Irib, the Diagnoser. She's cruel, not creative. Finds herself to be, so what do we name to the Rampart Bent, the lover of our questionably ethically questionable leader? What would we name this dwarf? What do you think, chat? Don't you generate new worlds? All of your fortresses seem to be from the same world. The last 7 have been. I usually place like 5 to 10 forts in each world. Because like otherwise you're kind of... Like generating a new world is like starting the drawing over every time, but every fort is only like maybe a small percentage of the drawing. You learn more with every fortress and gain more. This is a faction I've played in the past. And so there's a possibility that we'll get migrants from old forts. Rampart Bent, yeah. So do I generate new worlds? Of course. But like, if you're not playing multiple forts in the same world, you are missing out on a lot of the interest and the fun that you get out of Dwarf Fortress. It would be like, I like to compare Dwarf Fortress in some ways to like the what do you call it? The Nemesis system from the Shadow of Mordor games. Because in those games, it would be like if every time you died, you deleted your character and started over so that you don't have nemesises forming. That's like the whole point of the game. The whole point of Dwarf Fortress is you play concurrently in the same world to watch the world evolve. And if you're just regenerating a new world every single time you make a fortress, you are completely losing that. And the next patch is probably going to require new worlds anyways, so I'm going to stick with this one until a new patch comes out that requires a new world. That's usually when I generate new worlds anyway, unless there's a long break between patches. But this dwarf is the lover of Murloc, who is our very questionable expedition leader. Demadal is not too bad. Karen. I feel bad for every Karen. Making a 6-7 fortress? I'm not 11 years old. I will ironically say 6'7" sometimes, but that's purely because I think it's funny, ironically. Irony is a big chunk of my humor. Chat, help. I need ideas. I need ideas for the lover of a questionable figure. It's just a funny sentence. I was playing War Tales once and every character got named after a household appliance. Like brands or like stove? Chat, I think chat burned out all of their creativity on the naming of the fortress. So let's go with thank you very much for the little hype train chat with 7 subscriptions and $1 in bits. Appreciate you. I got whatever this fish is. Elvira, true. I'm not gonna name it Karen. It's been suggested like 18 times. If somebody gives me $100, I will name it Karen. Otherwise, I'm not gonna name it Karen. We can do better than Karen. You think chat is creative? Mate, some of the best ideas for things have come from chat. It was fun, yeah, Shinobi. My dad had a good time too. Also, I was on vacation for 4 days. 5 if you include the jet lag day, so it wasn't exactly a long vacation. $100 or no Catherine. Over the dump. That's a task or a job, not a name. That's like naming somebody Mayor. Been addicted to DF lately, and you've been trying to learn as many mechanics as you can, and there are so many that you love it. Your videos have been a great help. Happy to help, dude. Heavy Metal Man. Maybe I'll just name it Cruella, but... Have I played Space Haven? I almost backed it on Kickstarter and have had it for 10 years in my Steam library. I have... Actually, how many hours do I have in it? I've got more than a dozen hours. Space Haven. I have 46 hours in Space Haven. I've always found it very whelming. Like, kind of dull. I think the most interesting thing that I ever had happen in that game was a fire got set in one of my spaceships and then a bunch of shit exploded. But like, I always found the combat to be boring, and I don't know. At some point, maybe the itch will hit and then I'll play it, but it's not really a huge... It's not really a huge priority, I guess. Exploding poop? I don't think it was poop that exploded. It might have been fertilizer, but I guess that's poop. I don't mind Dolores. Dolores and Murloc, that works. Although it's ES. Painful tinnitus. Oh no. I'm gonna go with Dolores unless chat comes up with something better. She finds herself to be changing her mind to agree with somebody else. Well, that's why you get along with him. She's confident under pressure, and she does not often feel lustful. She generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy. She finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. She tends to avoid crowds and is somewhat quarrelsome. She is bothered by this and she values friendship. She tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and she tends to be passive in discussions and sometimes acts with determination and confidence. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors but grumbles mildly at bad weather. Dreams of raising a family and personally values good craftsmanship and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. I think you are going to be the chief medical dwarf. Dolores. There we go. We picked up that crutch. How does one get tin to swell? I'm confused. What? Or donut. There's a donut in chat, though, so we always end up with dwarves named Donut. Okay, you. Just make rock blocks. So because it is summer, I don't think the ice is going to melt. Hopefully. And I'm going to assign somebody as a manager. Maybe the planter. And I'm going to make rock tables. Can I make them out of ice? Nope. Bruh. Nice part is that we've got bauxite, which is a good color. Oh, I getcha. I getcha. I getcha. Tinnitus, yes. Darky, hello. That's why I went in summer, not in spring. I went in summer because the last fort that I played ended in the summer. So when you end a fortress at a certain time of year, then you automatically, like, the next fort you play in that world starts at that time of year, so. How was the fast cars? The fast cars were fun. George Russell's car went kaput right in front of us. So many memes were created when he kind of kicked the tire. Like, this is a photo that Stoned Hobo took. One of my moderators. Who was there with us. And also, the first day, there was a guy on the same, like, what's it called, grandstand as us, who pointed at me, directly at me, and said, he's right there, to the person next to him. So I'm suspicious that there was another Dwarf Fortress player on the grandstand. If you're out there, I saw that. But yeah, it was good. It was a good time. It was fun. Very fun. There was enough like funny photos of George Russell after his car went kaput that we now have a Formula One version of the Pablo Escobar meme where he's just like sad. Hold on, let me just go find that, because Formula Dank is great. This one. Open image, new tab. Dear Reddit, you suck. That's all. I'm just going to, real quick, save image, open image. Because otherwise Reddit sucks too much. This is the result. It's very good. It's like, it looks like he's locked in a cage. It's very funny. So yeah, had fun at Formula One. My dad had a great time and wants to go next year. And my dad is like, has has managed to convince my mom to let him drive the car to Montreal next year and then have my mom fly out and meet us there. And then she can just hang out in the city for like the weekend while we go to the races. And then after the racing is over, my dad would then drive with my mom on a road trip to the Maritimes. So my dad has figured out a way to get my mom to go to Montreal during Formula One, which is crazy to me. So yeah, no, it was great. It's turning into a family event in some ways, which has me excited, you know? I don't know. Does anybody here watch F1? Did you watch Canada? Because if you did, I was sitting on the grandstand right beside the giant Heineken logo on the track. So. Where does the term bootlegging come from? It's when you put a bunch of stuff that you're not allowed to have into your boot and then you leg it. Right? Hey, chat, where does the term bootlegging come from? I'm pretty sure that's, I'm not inaccurate on that, I don't think. Really? The new regs are like the most entertaining Formula One has been in the time that I've watched it, which was through the turbo hybrid era, and the year before the turbo hybrid era was when I started, through the turbo hybrid era, and then into this, and this has been some of the most entertaining that Formula One has ever been. So I don't fully understand like the hatred of the current regulations, because I think they're kind of great. AI says, word vomit. The term bootlegging originates from the 19th century American practice of concealing flat flasks of illicit liquor inside of the leg of a tall boot, originally to sneak alcohol to Native Americans or bypass local state prohibition laws. Yeah, that sounds right. You canceled your F1 TV? I'm sorry you feel that way. That's unfortunate. But no, I mean, it's been genuinely great. Like, it's nice that they're taking risks and doing interesting stuff. There we go. So, screw the idea of Surface Ford. It's a no-go. That's all I have to say. Because I don't know what Infernal Merc is going to do, but it can't be good. Pygarus, thank you very much for the Prime. Appreciate you. Chat, can I get a round of beers? Yeah, and we're not going to know what it does until I see it hit an animal. There is penguins, though. Yeah, no, I do not, in fact, know where it is. Unless it's just appearing. It is an evil weather, yeah. So there's some sort of evil weather here. So all we can really hope is that they collide with the... All they can really hope is that they collide with the penguins or something else, so we can figure out what it's actually going to do. Like, what the effect is going to be. But yeah, I don't know. I really like the current regulations. I don't fully understand the visceral hatred of it. It just kind of seems like petrol head nonsense to me. Because, like, the racing is significantly better than it was in any of the turbo hybrid era. It's also, like, you could yell about it being artificial, but, like, that's just been the sport for decades. Like, you know, it's so strict on like what they're actually allowed to do with the cars that of course it's artificial, and the idea is to build a interesting show to watch, not like, you know, have the platonic ideal of what people think of as a car. I mean, if they wanted the platonic ideal of what people think of as a car, they'd be racing like Honda Civics, not weird experimental cars. So, like, I don't know. I think it's totally fine to like shift the regs in one direction or another, and you know, next regulations will probably have a more like motor engine approach, and then in 10 years they'll be like, hey, you know, it was cool, hybrids, and then they'll go back to hybrids, like, and they'll cycle it every 10 years, which is kind of a logical way to do it. The racing is certainly better than it was in like the early 2000s, though. Oh, I know. Pedro Santos, because Pedro Santos in YouTube chat says most of the criticism around the current F1 regulations comes from energy-saving techniques on the straight. What you need to remember, they're already faster than they were in the last era. Like, when the turbo hybrids started, they're already faster than they were then. And the problems on the straight is a software issue, which they're already remedying. So, I don't think it makes sense to judge the entirety of a new set of regulations in the first 5 races. It's only been 5 races. Last round of regulations were significantly slower and there was less passing. Give them a year to sort it out. Like, why is everybody so whiny? Like, just wait. Yeah, and they already changed that ace feature. Like, literally that problem has been fixed. So, like, sure, you're not wrong. I don't disagree with that, but like, let them take big risks, do weird shit, and then change the rules as needed, which they've done and are doing. Like, I don't understand the, like, well, it's a lost cause, fuck it, because, like, there's been... I kind of hoped this wouldn't turn into this conversation, but there's been, like, multiple seasons in the past where that's happened, and they fix it with real changes as time goes. Like, I don't know. Anyway, I won't talk about the thing that I like anymore because chat hates it, and that's fine. Let's talk about the thing that we do like, which is Dwarf Fortress, which was ruined when it came out on Steam. According to some people. I don't know where I'm going with this, but the joke didn't land. For whatever it's worth, I'll just reiterate that it's the best the racing has been entertainment-wise as long as I've watched. So, I'm sorry you feel that way, Ace Ventura, but... Minecart F1. More like Marbula 1. I'm not even... I just don't want to talk about this. More than anything. Pedro Santos in YouTube chat. Oh, no, I tried to make a joke. And it clearly didn't land. Merc. Like, I can tell that it didn't land because I heard myself say it and went, nah, I would edit that out in post, but too late. Said it now. I find that, like, whenever Formula 1 comes up as a conversation piece, I always just, like, get grumbly. Especially when it's, like, the super high cynicism, because I kind of disagree with most of it generally. Like, it's a sport about engineering, so you have to change the engineering challenges. It's not a sport about racing cars. If you want to watch racing cars, then go watch Rally. You know, like there's like WEC for a reason. You can go watch that. I don't understand the overwhelming negativity at all, because entertainment-wise, it's better than it's been in like the last 10 years. So I don't know. I do wonder when I'm going to get my first migrant wave, though, because we are in early autumn. Oh, more rubies. Just going to real quick figure out how I'm going to build this. I also really like this cliff face. It's a cool cliff face. That's like a little tiny sheer drop right there. I also need to figure out exactly how active that weather is, which is going to be a challenge. Also need to figure out where we're going to actually build in here. It's good to be back, Telenartho. Calling the Yeti lunch a migrant wave? It depends on where the Yeti is. It's also just one Yeti. YouTube chat's calling me an optimist because the so-called migrant wave is clearly just going to be a Yeti lunch. And you know, you're probably onto something and probably not wrong, but I reject this notion that makes me purely an optimist. I'm clearly not an optimist. At least not when it comes to this fort's success chances, but we'll see. Let's just go and make us a deconstruct you, deconstruct you. Go bauxite. Actually, I wonder. Hold up. Objects. No. Labor. Yes. Stone use. Is ice a stone? Other stone. I don't think it is it? No. Yeah, no, there ain't much I can do with the ice then. Although, I think I can... Yeah, I can build floors out of it. Why, you wouldn't be able to see your home civ on the world map? You mean like as in they're not highlighted? That's weird. I don't know. No, I don't. Because being a pessimist is easy. Vagard in YouTube chat. Speaking of optimism, chat. You guys looking forward to the... Words. Are you guys looking forward to the dinosaurs update? And is there any particular dinosaur that you want to see? I just really hope that kobolds can, like, try to steal my stuff while riding velociraptors. Because that's just a funny visual to me. Morlark just followed me. And I read that as Murloc. I was like, oh my god, my own dwarf just followed me. I know what an Ankylosaurus is. I don't know what a Brachiosaurus is. Yeah, dino update. That's the next patch is adding dinosaurs and prehistoric animals. Because we have a dwarf named Murloc. And I read your name as Morlark. I'm sorry, I very rarely, like, call out people when they follow me, but that was just too funny. Tall long neck? Is that what they are? Okay. That got canceled. Let's go here and make a carpenter. Just make some beds. Well, however much... Oh. It is a grim reminder for the winter hardships to come. A supply caravan from the North Guilds is a welcome sight. Their eyes are alight with the anticipation of inspecting the products of your splendid products of your industrious craft dwarves. Take careful stock of your own stores. I don't have any. What these merchants offer might very well be the difference between a prosperous future and a slow and meaningless death. I guess I shall accept my slow and meaningless death, unless, like, I can get that done. Dumbass Skinny Tin. You just want to see the goblins riding raptors into war? The raptors are a basketball team, yeah? I feel like they're tall enough for the dwarves to sit on their shoulders. Yeah, it may very well also be a fast and sudden death. Tarn, it said in the last feature of the fortress that it wouldn't make sense to add dinosaurs without adding people variants. From what I understand, it's a very large creatures update that adds a lot of new animals, but on top of adding new animals... Oh, it would help if I unpaused the game. But on top of adding new animals, it's going to add, what's it called? Are you the outpost liaison? Yes. On top of adding new animals, it's going to also most likely include some of the prehistory stuff. So some of the early myths stuff. That's how I understand it to be, though, although we don't know much yet. We just know we're getting those. Murloc meets with the outpost liaison Meng Kongamen. Kongaline. I am your liaison from that sounds like a late, like kind of Macarena era dance move. I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've added information to civilization and world info. I think I'm just gonna request wood because it's cheap. And I'm going to need it. They want tanned hides. Okay. Where are they? Have they already made it in? Okay, here they come. That's a very dinosaur thing to say, Reinhardt. Brontosaurus man wielding a pike. Hanging out with the elephant man. I'm just gonna make a cage. No, I'm just gonna butcher those two. Farming, butcher. Tanner. Let's just bring the thrones and the tables over, because that's kind of all I really got. And I need a broker. It can be Murloc. If one hides, there won't be much tanning. Well, we have to tan the hides after we're done hiding. That's how this works, right? Okay, we're gonna mark all of this. I'm just gonna buy that wood, although it's too heavy. I don't have much in the way of value. Because this stuff's very heavy, it turns out. Shit. Well. Okay. Instead, I'm going to grab a gem cutter and maybe cut some of them rubies. Then hide the tans. Well, that's how we hide the tan lines, with tanning the hides. Right? Well, I mean, it's certainly not a liquid joke. Ice floor should be slippery? Depends on what's on it. Wait, what? Oh. Well, that's fun. It's resurrecting, chat. Horsehair is fighting. The Hammer Dwarf bashes the Horsehair in the head, because the Horsehair has a head, with a copper warhammer, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Well, it begins. Night of the Living Horsehairs, yeah. These hairs will make you a little horse. It's a very, real situation. We're not horsing around. The main lips. That's pretty funny, actually. We're certainly living on Maine. Which means things are gonna get sketchy. It's definitely a harebrained monster, Shinobi. Hair to the throne. Got more rubies up there, which is good. New Fort Day, carbohydrates, and it's a resurrecting evil biome. I was going to buy these cages, but maybe not. Let's buy all those barrels. Let's buy an extra pick. Actually, 2 extra picks. Let's buy the not $1,000 bags. Extra anvils, some meat, some fish, some plants. Some thread. Some cheese. Say no to all the cheese until I have enough value. I literally can't afford any of it, really. Can afford 3 of it, maybe? Yay, there we go. We've acquired 3 cheese. Our designer Dwarf purses, they're Gucci branded. Gucci bags.
Crypt Metal, Crypt Pog, Crypt Beer.
Indeed, Captain Radiator. Thanks for the 9th month. Welcome back, man. Appreciate you. Well, that's mildly terrifying. Let's just make a craft dwarf shop here. No, not a device. Crafts. Make you out of sandstone. We'll say skull. Oh, no, just totem. Totem! Bone. Bolt. What else are we getting from this? We'll just say when number of bones are available, and when there's more than one, do 2. It's a very scientific word to use for that, Captain Radiator, but yeah, no, you are correct. It is true, you would be. So we'll have to let them out up here at some point. Also, some migrants have arrived, speaking of letting them out. And the first migrant is a reindeer calf, which means I have to enable the thing. Although I won't do the thing until they're all inside. But the migrants have arrived. And now we wait. We also found some white jade. So we've got Server Lord, who's the first of the new arrivals, who is married to Ilmirin and is a former member of a whole bunch of things, including Coast Guard of the North Guild, previously of the Fortress Squidward, and was a former militia dwarf. Has no kills, but is a relatively skilled dwarf, combat-wise. Has muscle and nautilus bone accoutrements. Ilmirin is also here, as well as... hold on, is every single one of the new migrants named? Server Lord. Okay, you're not. Viking Ball and Ilmirin. Welcome to the fort, friends. As everybody makes it inside, seems that the weather is being council labored. What a good name. Staff page. Your nail road? It's my road or the nail road, you know? You didn't do it? Well, you're in the fort, so you did something. Let's see, did they... Bro. Dude. I need to look at how big a giant leopard seal is. Hold on. I see that, Telenartho. We'll get to that in a second. I need to wiki dive for a hot mo. Giant leopard seal is... oh. Gigantic. So a baby one is 3 million centimeters cubed. They're adult size at 1 years old. How much fat do they have? Not anywhere near as much as you would think. Well, we are going to have to make some sort of formal cage traps. Yes, also YouTube chat makes a great point. Leopard seals are huge. Giant leopard seals are huger. Not to be confused with Hugh Jackman. So which dwarf stands out to you? Can you war train? Probably not. If you have to ask that question, probably not. Do we have zombie rain on this map? I don't know what the rain does, but it is a resurrecting biome. Necrontier. Admired for the amount of meat they produce, not the blubber? Here to glaze everybody to move up society. Tiel and Artho, you are married to Ism, and you're a passing acquaintance with Viking Ball, Clone Doll, Snail, Lateran, Mighty Rat, Rex, Relzumo, everybody from the previous fort, because you came here from the Coast Guard of the North Guild. You have no kills. That, of course, is the Fortress of Squidward, which is at the other end of the world. He is intellectually stubborn, rarely changing his mind during a debate, regardless of its merits. He is given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction. He very easily falls into love and develops positive feelings. He's quick to form negative views about things and can handle stress. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering advice from others and is quite hopeful about the future. He tends to hang on to grievances and is quite comfortable with others that have different appearances or culture. He is curious and eager to learn, and he's not particularly interested in what others think of him. He doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges and exhales slowly when he starts getting bored. And his hands begin moving when he's exasperated and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He values sacrifice and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. And he likes earthenware, aluminum, yellow jasper, green glass, mandrill leather, giant mountain goat hoof, the color green glass, mandrill, the giant monitor lizard tooth, coral, the color dark scarlet, robes, figurines, and cave crocodiles for their strength, and the sight of the sable blossom. And when possible, he prefers to consume osprey and radish wine and whipvine flower, and absolutely hates bats. Maybe they hit the gym pretty often? Mayhaps. And you're helping unload stuff. Okay, that's one. Is there anything else coming? Where's the sheep? Okay. They may not meet their unfortunate end to anything unnatural. Well, I mean, in a world where necromancy exists and terrifying biomes exist, that would be dying to something natural. It's only unnatural because, you know, we don't have it in our universe. But that doesn't make it unnatural. We've got white jade as well as more rubies? Oh my gosh. This is such a wealthy area, let me tell you. I mean, in real life, that would be unnatural, but this isn't real life, so no, perfectly natural. Abnormal, certainly. We've got more ruby clusters. My god, man. We also just had to beat some yak to death. And some horse to death. Yeah, yak bull hair this time. The merchants are leaving soon. I'll wait until it says that they've set out on their way. Actually, I need to check something. Less reassuring? I don't know if dying of natural causes is reassuring if you fear death. The only way for it to be reassuring is if you don't fear death. You know? You gotta be comfortable with your mortality. For any kind of death to be reassuring, if you ask me. But, hello, Painter. How's things? Good day. Afternoon. Is this an evil biome? Terrifying, correct? That's why there is a undead yeti on the map. The Are We There Yeti. Also, I'm hungry, so I'm going to go grab me a snack because we're in an ad break. So I will leave the game paused and Undead Daddy is the next one, and also maybe then we can have an Andretti if he moves quickly. I will be back in a second. I'm just going to go grab me a snack during this ad break. So, this snack is edible, but it's also kind of sad, and I have an explanation for why this snack is sad. My hands are sweaty, my mom's a Yeti. I mean, that's probably because of all the hair. I have an explanation. So I tried to make pretzels and failed kind of horribly. They're mostly edible, but I kind of overdid them a bit, so they're a little chewy. They taste good, but they're kind of chewy. I have a feeling pretzel attempt number 2 will be better, but this is the problem with trying to bake things that you've never baked before, is you have to consume your mistakes. Assuming they're eatable. They're just a little tough. They taste great. They're just a little bit tough. Vivid Nights confetti? Confetti? The Y makes that hard to say. But Confietti is a pretty good one too. Yetis are like troglodytes or Sasquatch. They cannot become part of the fort unless you cheat it. Guy for Yeti. Oh my god. Chat is on a roll today. The Infernal Merc is coming again. God. They can be both. Like, to me, like, making a soup, kind of a science. Making, like, bread, kind of a science. But also, definitely an art. Because it's, like, I make sourdough stuff, right? Like, these are sourdough pretzels. And, yes, it's a science, but also it's different based on the humidity. Like, how well things rise and how hot the oven needs to be depends on the humidity, the relative temperature, and the type of oven you're using. So it's like, it's a science, but it's also an art. I think it's both. And also altitude, correct, yeah. Like the amount of oxygen, like it took me about a month to like consistently make a good loaf of bread. So let's see if they make it off the map. There they go. Okay. So I need to find two things. I need to find... Oopsies. I need to find a source of wood. So we need to get down to a cavern layer. And I need to find a place to farm. So I need to get down to a cavern layer. In short, I need to get down to a cavern layer. I'll dig out this space up here, though. We're also slowly getting more ice. Do we need to get down to a cavern layer? Only if the cavern layer gets down. So it can do a little dance, make a little love, and get down with that. It's cold as heck, things revive. Actually, here, I'll put this all into the goal. Command. Evil Frozen. Undead Wasteland. Goal. Survive! There we go. I've updated exclamation point goal to have a little bit more information about the map. YouTube chat says sourdough stuff is so good. I just have started getting good at sourdough pizzas. Ooh. I don't generally make pizzas, but I probably could. Homemade margaritas are so much better. There is a bakery that's close by that every couple of weeks they have sales on their pizzas, and I buy them from there. But I'm sure they would be. They do taste great. I just need to get the baking time and temperature sorted. Don't drug your rocks. I don't get it. What? Uh-oh. 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 That can't be good. That can't be good at all. I now don't trust any of it. I don't know if I can. Because I don't see any mud. Yeah. I don't think I can. Yeah, see, it's melting this way. Come on, dwarves. Frozen ocean, actually. I don't know if there's a giant crab. I don't know if it's thawing, but that spot is. So I'm trying to solve this problem as quickly as possible before it becomes a problem, which it very well might. Because I don't actually know if it's going to become a problem just yet. But what I do know is it could. And I don't want it to if it's going to. Actually, let's not do that side. Let's do the other side. Right of center stair. Who fucking cares where the stair is? I care where the water coming from? This is a temporary stairway. This is literally just here so that we could get underground quickly. The entrance to the fort is going to be over here. So I do not care about where the stair is. If you do, cry yourself to sleep. That's all. I got bigger problems. This is why most forts fail, is because they're too busy being particular about design aesthetics instead of, you know, just building the fort. Which is why this fort's going to fail, because I'm going to be too busy building specific color walls instead of, you know, trying to make sure that everything is secure. Going back to your previous chat conversations, that you have sourdough bread dilemma. Your starter grows just fine. Dough rises, but it won't hold its shape during the shaping stage. Using King Arthur's bread flour, I don't even know what that is, and 3 sets of stretch and folds, 30 minutes apart. Am I just needing to build up the gluten more? I do way more stretch and folds than that. But I also use a bread pan, so I don't really have a problem. I just kind of like roll it into roughly a bread shape and then put it into a bread pan. Has quality flour for breads? Never heard of it. It's probably just something that's not available where I live. Which ain't too uncommon. Nothing actually seems to be melting, but I still don't trust it. You wish that you could eat more bread and pastas? I know the feeling, yeah. As a diabetic, I feel this. Carbohydrates. Especially considering I make like homebrew fermented beverages. Like, it's extremely ill-advised for me. Type 1 diabetic, do the shuffle. It's like losing the genetic lottery. This is me almost solving this potential issue. Not that I'm certain that it'll need solving. This might actually not melt, but... Rock door. Okay. Beardless manager. Vabok, then. More like, carbohydrates. Anyway, you are in love with, Domat Page Points. She lacks confidence in her abilities and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. She generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future and is assertive. She tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things, and she has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. She can sometimes act without deliberation, and she occasionally overindulges. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she often feels envious of others. She becomes very rigid when she's angry, and she scratches her head when she's thinking. Her voice trails off whenever she tries to remember something, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors but grumbles mildly at crappy weather. My current sketchy homebrew thing is I have fermented lemonade, which is like 1 lemon per liter of water and 60 grams of sugar per liter of water, and then bread yeast. Thumbs up. I used it to make these pretzels. How do you start a sourdough starter? 50-50 by weight, flour and water. Every day, twice a day. And then you remove half every morning. And then make pancakes or something with it. And then after about a week, you have a sourdough starter once it doubles in size. It's actually pretty straightforward. It's a flour Tamagotchi in a jar, Maya. It wasn't particularly restful, I'm Corian, but it was a good time. We had fun. A whole lot of fun, actually. All right, doors are installed, or about to be installed. And from what I can tell, just about everything should be safe now. Well, that was slightly stressful. This map is a terrifying, haunted map. And it's also on a glacier. And I had a bunch of stuff made out of ice, and then it started melting. So I've now sealed off all of the ice, just in case it does melt. As you can see, there's now water all over the place. These are becoming water. Yeah, it's reanimating. Which is why there's, you know, horsehair, head hair, yak wool hair, etc. So, you know, fun. In the most literal sense. Fun and also fun! Alright. Right, well, let's just dig down, because that's what we need to do next anyway. I'm just trying to decide where I want to dig down. With some, it's hazardously seductive with some ice cream when it's hot outside. Yes.
X153.
Thank you very much for the $1.53. Fire Stupid. Thanks for helping carry today's stream. Appreciate you, man. As I'm slowly consuming my pretzel. Tricky Tree, have you ever considered going to work at Capcom going to work with Capcom on the Resident Evil franchise? Because it sounds like you just wrote like the primer for a Resident Evil game. Like the basic like elevator pitch. Generally, they don't live in biomes like this, Tricky Tree. They usually just die. But then again, humans on Earth live in Arizona, which, admittedly, it doesn't make your skin cells come back to life, but the sun makes me wish that they would all die. Let's see what we dig through. Tiger Eye, White Jade, Jasper Opals. Got Rock Salt. Is just evil landlord propaganda? What? Well, I have to get down to the caverns, is how they're gonna make it. Socks a lie. What's up, El Rey? It's good to see you, friend. Your current fort isn't reanimating? I kind of don't like reanimating forts, but I just want it to rain blood most of the time. I spent like half a stream starting and stopping and starting new evil locations trying to get reanimating one when starting the current fort. There are ways to like force it, but yeah. Because resident and mold everywhere. Got it. Okay. That could also be like Nightmare Roommate. Because they're a resident and there's mold everywhere. Oh, winter's upon us. Oh. Found the aquifer. Well, that's good. I mean, it's a source of water. It's like... I should stop chewing with my mouth full. Resident Evil. That's a weird way to say Asmongold. There you go. How's that? Also, speaking of starters, and sourdough starters, I named my sourdough starter Bogwater after somebody in the chat named Bogwater because I thought it was funny to name it Bogwater. And my mom wanted some of my sourdough starters, so when I went on my short trip, I brought a jar. I split my starter and fed a second one, and brought it for my mom. And I renamed my my sourdough starter from Bogwater to the Bogfather, and my mom is now in possession of Baby Bog. It was between that or SpongeBob SquarePants. So she isn't super thrilled at the fact that I've named it Bogwater because it's very unappetizing. My little sister, when she had a sourdough starter, she named it Frank. So it's Baby Bog, son of Bog, exactly. But the thing about the Bogfather is it'll give you a dough that you can't refuse. SpongeBob round jar. It does kind of look like a sponge. Here, actually, I've got a list. Hold on. Let me go grab my notes. Lucio. Of course, these only work if you want to name it Bog something. So I've got the Fairy Bog Mother. I've got Bogzilla, Base Bog, Fallout Bog, Dr. Emmett Bog, Bog Streisand. I stretched with that one. James Bog, stirred, not shaken. And free bog, you know, free willy, or free bird, whichever you prefer. Bog zombie, bog man, sponge bog, and baby bog. Bogdanovich. Bog's Bunny? Oh, that's pretty good, actually. Bog's Bunny is pretty good. From Vega in YouTube chat. Could also, like, go with my little sister's naming scheme, which is just name it, like, Frank or Steve or, like, Fred. There's more bauxite down here. Free Bogart. Okay, I'm still going to do these one layer at a time, but oopsies. I'm just going to go standing orders other mining near damp stone, so they'll dig through it without canceling, but I still need to smooth regardless, so. UGDPY, thank you very much for the 37th month. Appreciate you greatly. Maybe a bit too specific. But if you named your sourdough starter Jesus, then on the third day it could rise again. You know, if you will. Christopher is also pretty good, yeah. You want to, but you think your mom would disown you? Hey, come on! I mean, give us this day our daily bread. Come on, it works. Although, would your mom disown you, Lucio Gaming, or would your mom be sour on the idea? Literally, you'd be making Christ's body. It's also holy with the bubbles. I don't know, I think it works. Yeah, you can have communion every time you eat your sourdough. I don't think that's food safe. Greg and then some. Calm down, Snoop Dogg. With the Bakerson away. So Vegard in YouTube chat says, I had a roommate once who had no experience cooking at all. I told him to just try and experiment and discover what works. That's how I learned. The result, rice cooked on tea leaves. I feel like that would actually be pretty good. Like I can't hate the idea. This is going to be a pretty deep aquifer, I feel. Evil Frozen Reanimating Undead Wasteland. I realize I should capitalize the Reanimating Undead Wasteland, but that's what we got so far. Oh, also, we're playing as the same fortress as that ocean fort from a while ago, UGDPY. So Viking Ball and Ilmirin and Server Lord have all migrated here from the previous fort. And also, I'm just realizing that Ilmirin brought his own pickaxe, I think. Which is kind of incredible. Dr. Phineas.
7.
Thanks for the 71 months. Holy shit, dude. Legends has not been updated because when the diplomacy patch came out, my version of Legends Viewer stopped loading the XML files, so I need somebody to help me patch it. So if you type in ! Legends Viewer, you'll get a link to both of the distros, so if somebody wants to submit a pull request, that would be cool. No, unfortunately, we can't. Necron tier. Okay, we made it through the aquifer. Good news, everyone. Let's go down to layer 50. Watch us find the Magma Sea first. It wouldn't be the first time. It wouldn't be the first time. Oh, schist. That's fun. I struck graphite. We can make pencils. Is graphite automatable? No. You love the new dye system? It's taken it a while for it to grow on me. I like it a lot more now that, like, got cheaper diamonds. I like it more now that we've moved on to the, now that clothing, like, wears down slower. You're new to the game, people say that you need to find underwater? Find the underwater. What? Find the underwater? Find the underwater? You don't find the underwater. Underwater just happens accidentally when you dig in the wrong place. And then you're underwater. So I don't know what people are telling you what you need to find. You don't need to find anything. I would just say settle somewhere that isn't Untamed Wilds and start messing around. How soon should you try to find magma? As soon as you want to find magma. Dwarf Fortress doesn't really have like any kind of necessary build order for anything. It's just, how soon should you do something? When you feel like you need to. Aquifer. Yes, okay. Underwater finds you when you least want it to. I mean, you might have to dig through an aquifer, but aquifers are extremely useful. Because they're like access to clean, drinkable, cleaning water. It's like good, it's an infinitely regenerating well, just like real life. I haven't actually seen it. Okay. I'm gonna do something. This might be a bit annoying, but I want to actually see how bad this is. So I'm just gonna go to announcements. I'm gonna go fortress mode. I'm looking for evil weather, or weather in general. I like that party organized is still a thing, even though I'm pretty sure that isn't, like, even in the game anymore. Returning soldiers bring rumors. Oh, that's interesting. I'm gonna do a pop-up there. Guild formed. You failed to dismount. Clear weather, snow, rain. Coughing up blood. Vomit blood, clear weather, snow, rain, wet, spring, summer, fall. Isn't evil weather considered an announcement? Cursed by deity, new apprenticeship. Evil cloud, that's what I'm looking for. Evil cloud. Weird weather. Okay. So the game will now recenter whenever a cloud of infernal murk happens, so it'll tell me. So it'll be much clearer. Parties aren't in the game anymore? No, organizing parties. I mean, they still dance, but I don't think that's considered an organized party. I mean, maybe that's the, like arming, like the demonstrations are considered a party, but like before there was taverns in the game, they would just go to a room that was a zone with tables in it and just organize a quote-unquote party. Got self-right. Cool. Which was kind of a different thing, so. Good lord. Well, I guess I will just dig to the bottom of this and then tell them to, like, dig all the sulfurite out, and hopefully we find a cavern there. Now that we have zinc. Of the fun down there? I'll say this. It's called fun for a reason, and the only way that you can learn how to get around stuff is by experiencing it and dying to it. So it is kind of part of the game. Which, you know. Like, there was a streamer who streamed Dwarf Fortress right when it released on Steam originally. Which I did this when I saw this comment, and I'm still kind of doing this. He played the game for about 4 hours, didn't dig down deep enough to even hit the first aquifer, built a little fortress on the surface, said the game was boring and nothing happened, and then, like, quit and uninstalled the game. So, like, I understand, like, the fear of stuff down below, but genuinely, play until you get to the point where you start to feel like not much is happening, and that's when you should, you know, dig deeper, because that's the only way to find new things. I don't have a single cook in the fort, so no. But that's all the dwarves in the fort. If you would like to select one, you can. It's been so long, I don't know. Kind of. Like, a dwarf would organize an event in a dining hall and everybody would go stand there. RimWorld is kind of like a very developed version of, like, the OG Dwarf Fortress before they added Z levels. Or the giant crab. I won't give you an animal because the crab will just leave. Like, unless we had, like, basically select a dwarf from this list, but I won't give you any of these animals because they're just going to leave the map. So there's no reason to. So please select one from this list. Please select one from this list. Just please pick one. I don't know, like there's Atir or Adil. Which one would you like? Like either minor is fine. I don't know, pick one. That's the first one. Okay. Tricky. Hey! That's cool. Is vengeful and never forgives or forgets past grievances. And she would never pass up a chance for a good fist fight, dislikes obligations, and will try to avoid being bound by them. She is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She has a calm demeanor and often acts with compassion. She isn't particularly curious about the world, and she doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. She has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and she doesn't try to get things done perfectly. She acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and when she's nervous, she tends to chew on her cheek. She clicks her tongue repeatedly when she's annoyed and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and sees working outdoors as, and she likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at crappy weather, and is a hardened individual. Welcome to the fort. And that's where we dug through into the caverns. Yo, that's a dope cavern there. Cool, cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. The burden of choice. This is why I offload this burden on chat. You want a dwarf? You pick, damn it! Setsoma, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Appreciate you. Jack, can I get a round of beers for the brand new subscriber? So we're going to have to move the animals down here. This is going to be a really easy area. Let's actually just get rid of the stockpile. It's going to be a really easy area to seal off. Because we're just going to need to seal this right here, like just a wall piece there, some walls right there, a wall right there, and a wall across here. There's more sulfurite right there too, which is actually kind of a lot of it. It's maybe like down here actually. If I go all the way down to the magma, should you just set up forges there? You can. Or you can. Either of those are very... Like, Dwarf Fortress is a game about coming up with a weird idea and seeing if you can successfully pull it off, right? Like, that's where this game shines. It's also native gold. But that's where this game shines, at least for me. So, for me, what I'm often trying to do is I'm trying to just build the... Or trying to come up with the coolest idea that is feasible as possible, and then trying to execute on it. So if that is, you know, digging down to the cavern layer and building a fortress down there, which I did not super recently, but relatively recently. Recently enough that, like, I vividly remember it because I then managed to accidentally dig too deeply and greedily by just letting some dwarves automatically build a thing, which was very funny. Let's just get rid of these. And just build this. Because we are also making rock blocks. So this is maybe the first area that I need to build in. But first I need these to get done. Has been cursed by a god and turned into a vampire. Sounds like he's, like, a very typical mayor. He's in it for the long haul. He's going to have a very long career. I had 2 lesbian dwarves, and one of them got cursed and turned into a vampire, and we had many a chuckle over it. It was a while ago, though. If I go... Okay. Now we just need these done. They're continuing to dig out that, but there ain't much left to dig. And there we go. We now have access to the caverns, which means it's time to start building. Let's see what we have for floor stuffs. I have the most sandstone, so let's just do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. That. I'm building floors like this because it's actually, like, easier in a lot of ways. And then... I need 6, so we can just do bauxite for the back there. And I think that should lock everybody in. For the moment. Do I set up work orders manually every time, or do I have a template? I don't use templates for anything. If you're asking, like, if I use DF hack templates, no, I don't. Everything is boutique and original. Sometimes I'll also, like, get rid of all my work orders and redo them, which chat always faints every time I do it. Or at least I like to imagine chat fainting whenever I do it. Why? I mean, like, I learned to play Dwarf Fortress without DF hack, so I find DF hack more annoying than anything because it does things that I don't anticipate. So, it's just like, you do something the same way long enough and it just becomes, like, a permanent habit, I guess? And, like, that's really how I play this game. It's just the way I've always played it. So impressive? I don't know. I wouldn't call it impressive. It's just how I've always played the game. Because, like, when I learned this game, the game crashed a lot more when you used a lot of DF hack scripts. So I just kind of decided that I was just going to play this game without a lot of that stuff. Not even, like, as an intended flex, just kind of practicality sense. Like, if I would launch the game with DF hack, I couldn't quite figure out why, but it would always crash or crash constantly. And if I didn't use DF hack, it didn't crash. So it was, like, just a practical thing. How do I manage Dwarf's clothes? I will show you in about 5 minutes because I'm about to start farming. Once I start farming, I can start doing clothes management. But first, we got to get this stuff sealed off. You feel that's how you end up with thousands of meals that'll never be eaten? Yeah, no, I tend to agree with that. I think, like, there's a lot of people that just... I don't know. I think that, like, from my perspective, a lot of stuff in Dwarf Fortress is just really quick to set up, and it just requires a little bit of thinking. So, like, work orders, not that complicated to set up the stuff that I need. But if I do it, like, the way that a lot of people suggest, I feel that I just end up with overworked dwarves that never get a break. So I always tend to, like, go easy on a lot of the work orders in comparison to what other people do anyways. And when you combine that with, like, you know, kind of the, I guess, the temptation to overwork every dwarf, it's very easy to just make an incredibly suboptimal fortress. I find it much easier to just do things where I feel that I need it. Just want you to go cut that down, please. Okay, so when I talk about DF hack crashing the game, I don't want to accidentally slander DF hack here. I'm talking about DF hack like pre-version 50. Older versions of DF hack used to crash the game a shit ton. Beyond that, I don't know about the current game. Like I've got DF hack running right now. It's quite stable. There was just a couple of tools that people used to use and recommend a lot. The main one being text will be text, which allowed you to like see multiple Z levels at once in older versions of the game, which was very useful and like kind of a great script. The problem is it also made the game very unstable in ways that if you didn't know what you were doing, like the game just seemed like it crashed a lot. Like Dwarf Fortress actually built up a reputation for a while of being like incredibly unstable, and I think that that's like unfair to Dwarf Fortress because most of that instability was caused by that one script that everybody used. It just looked really cool and made playing the game a lot less visually annoying, and I never used that tool. Quite literally, never used it because like every time I would try, the game would crash, so I just stopped. You can overwork your dwarves. They don't take breaks when needed. Like, some dwarves will if they're super lazy, but if they're not super lazy, they won't. In fact, I feel like most, like, incredibly upset forts are because they just have, like, 1,000 more jobs active at any given time than, like, dwarves have free time. Everything else you make is needed. Yeah, it's about the same for me, although I don't always do meals. Meals, I'm a little bit wishy-washy on. I'm going to make some big farm fields, but that's just because I just want to have them there for later. I'm also going to move all the animals down to here. We also have sand down here, so that's exciting. No, absolutely. I would rather make bigger farms, though, and then not farm year-round. Although, one, like, Fisher Dwarf can feed 50 dwarves. So, like, it's very clearly just a system that is unfinished and is in desperate need of balancing. Which isn't a bad thing, you know? Like, there's lots of systems and lots of games that are unfinished versions of what they could be, and farming is just one of those. Like, if there's a really simplistic system that's, like, weirdly simple, it's usually because it's something that's planned to be expanded upon in the future, which is the case with farming. But, you know, at the very least, it requires seeds and seed reuse, which is the thing that makes it interesting. Like, that's actually quite an uncommon system when you compare it to other games like Dwarf Fortress that exist. Like, very few actually have any kind of system that requires you to manage seeds. This is a really cool cavern layer. Is there water in here? Oh, a cloud of infernal murk has drifted by. Okay, so this is the infernal murk right here. Oh my god, that's hard to see. So this is the infernal murk. If I look at it with ASCII on, that's what it looks like. And we have no idea what the effect is. It's also multiple levels. Is it going up multiple levels? No. Just down. Give it a sniff. Infernal Murk is a pretty freaky sounding thing. I mean, if it hits the albatross, we'll know what. Just gonna fix stuck units because this kinda... This albatross are acting odd. Sometimes you really miss ASCII. You don't like the way that it is in the Steam version. Freebie? Well, then use Hewn. If you want a more traditional looking tile set. Since we're about to get hit by ads, I'll just pop this up and show you. If you haven't seen Hewn, if you miss the old school-ish look, oh my god, Steam Workshop looks all different. Where did they put the search function? This is the Steam Workshop. It's so different. Oh, there it is. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. Hewn. Use Hewn. Looks like this. If you want a more old school look, that's what I recommend. Like, the idea of the tile set is it's supposed to be accessible. It's not necessarily supposed to keep the old school look going. Because the old school look is what made the game inaccessible. Although it hasn't been updated in a minute, but there wasn't too much new stuff added, so. I would say use this. And it's simple and basic enough that if you mess around in some MS Paint or Paint.net files, you could very easily convert a lot of it to just more traditional looking ASCII. I'm so confused by this sentence. Martin Lopez says, found a non-fake YouTube stream finally. What? You mean like a not AI-generated one? That's crazy if I'm now living in a universe where I'm the oddity. It's like, holy shit, an actual person on the internet! I'm fighting my way through the, how do I put this? I'm fighting my way through the constantly generated landscape of the dead internet. I do think that it's like Bobtron. I do kind of agree with him too. You guys are probably in an ad, so. You mean a pre-recorded live stream? Wait, pre-recorded live stream, or do you mean like? Because that's not a live. If it's pre-recorded, it's like not inherently a live stream. That would be a premiere, or if not a premiere, then just like a watch party, which isn't a live stream. I kind of don't super like the look of Hewn, but it does have the old school vibes, so I point people towards it when they're looking for that. Let's do pigtails. Let's do sweet pods. Sweet pods. Maybe a season of plump helmets. But as far as ASCII goes in the Steam version, like the problem with ASCII in the Steam version is like the UI doesn't scale super well when it's in ASCII. And because of the default size of the ASCII, unless you set your monitor resolution to frickin' tiny, it's very hard to actually like click on things. Like the older versions, the interface was more designed for ASCII and could scale better. So that I think is the main reason for it. But it's still playable if you spend the time. It's just a different kind of learning curve than before. I talked about this before, so it's not new. But Martin Lopez in YouTube chat says, TikTok is way worse. Way fucking worse. I'll say this. I'm permanently banned from TikTok for impersonating myself. I've had a TikTok account for a very long time. And I decided relatively recently, fuck it, I'm just gonna like mirror my stuff to TikTok because I might as well. You know, like I've lived this long. I've made content for as long as I have. I might as well, you know, after a very long period of time, start mirroring my stuff to TikTok. So I did that. And I scheduled a bunch of shorts that I was also scheduling for the YouTube channel. And then the next morning I had an email from TikTok saying that my account has been suspended. I was like, what? And it said for impersonating an online figure. And I was like, well, that's funny. So I appealed it and they denied me. So then I sent them an email and they haven't emailed me since. So I'm banned from TikTok for impersonating me. Probably there's somebody stealing me on TikTok somewhere already, and I just can't be asked to go find it. And that's probably why. Anyway, I sent them an email being like, oi, what the fuck? And they haven't gotten back to me. It's been like 6 weeks. So they probably did me a favor. It's exactly what a doppelganger would be. Stop trying to be myself. I'm just trying to be me, man. Just trying to live my best life. I mean, I kind of don't. I think it's really funny, Vegart. Because, you know, I'm not in this industry to make all of the money. I'm in this industry to, like, just kind of do my thing. And TikTok has never really been a platform to do what I want to do. So if they give me my account at some point, then sure. But I'm not super hopeful at the moment. I just want to get this door locked, so I'm going to get them to haul that. TikTok's like, no. He's good. He's too good for us. Get him out of here. I don't know, man. TikTok honestly seems fine to me. I don't know. It's no better than YouTube these days. No, we don't know that they are. Probably, Jody. Like, I haven't looked. I don't think that's the case. I think probably it was just an inactive account that just suddenly started uploading, which triggered all of their, like, automated defense systems, and they went, all systems fire! And they did, and then they shot me out of the sky. Like, I don't know. Can creatures in the caverns breach walls and doors? Some of them can break doors, but that single door will probably be enough for the Slayer. The lower layers, a little bit more sus. Like cave dragons can, as an example. Very few creatures can consistently break doors. Then stop clicking on them, Gesso. And when you do click on them, back up one page and then click stop recommending this. What I think is crazy is YouTube actually just announced, like, for YouTubers specifically, like if you have a YouTube channel, they just announced a new feature where they're automatically detecting generated content and flagging it as generated content, which on the Discord server that I'm in, that's just got a bunch of YouTubers in it. The first comment was, so everybody who's not uploading generated content is going to get false flagged as generated content. Great. I was like, yeah, that seems about right, actually. Because, like, that's about how much faith I have in YouTube to correctly flag something. It's about right. But, you know, at the end of the day, I've talked about this before. The only thing I use generative stuff for is to ask Google, like, what are the currently heavily searched for YouTube tags. That's basically it, because Gemini's kind of lives on those servers, so it would know. But I don't know. I'm not super bent out of shape over it. I'm just off in my corner doing my thing, and I've outlived other weird trends and eras, and I'll outlive this. So, you know, if you like the stuff I do and want to keep it free from bullshit, consider subscribing to twitch.tv/BLINDIRL, because that's what keeps me here and keeps me profitable without having to chase trends and without having to do nonsense. You know what I also think is really funny? I had a conversation with somebody at a bar a couple weeks ago who was talking about how she loves Anthropic and generative nonsense because it speeds up her content creation side of her work, which is like, you know, what's the word? Like, like LinkedIn's posts and social media posts and that sort of thing, right? And my response to that was like, well, then if you're supposedly like using this as a method to communicate with your potential customers, what kind of like message is it sending that you aren't willing to put in the time to like make it yourself? And she goes, you know, that's a good point. And then I also asked, I was like, also, how much are you spending on tokens? And she's like, well, since the price has changed, about $400 to $500 a month. I'm like, why don't you just, I'm like, so how many hours is this saving you? And she's like, I don't know, 5 or 6. I'm like, why don't you spend like a tenth of the time and just hire somebody in the Philippines, or spend like a tenth of the money and hire somebody in the Philippines to do it for you. They'll probably do it quicker too. She's like, well, I don't trust them on my accounts. I'm like, but you trust fucking Claude? People are broken. It's 75% AI generation by volume. And at some point, somebody's going to figure out that none of that posting has any value. At some point. The rest of us have already figured it out. None of us are on LinkedIn. Every single time you see them, well, keep clicking it. The good news is YouTube has actually removed the ability to monetize certain types of generated content, which means you might see less of it because there's less of a financial incentive to make it. So that's good. Stonecoat, thanks for the 30th month. Appreciate you. I mean, Socksly in YouTube chat says Peter Thiel actually believes in the Antichrist and holds paid lectures. Grifter's gonna grift, my guy. Such is the way of things. Got more infernal murk. I don't know. I feel like I've been streaming long enough that I've kind of like I've seen so many different eras of different kinds of grifters, and like, you know, every 5 to 10 years there's a new thing that everybody jumps on, and all the get rich quick schemers and nonsense peddlers. It's just kind of I don't want to say just the way of things because that makes it sound inevitable, and it's not, but like, I don't know. Just interact with it as little as possible and talk to people who are willing to listen, and be cautious about what you click on. I mean, like, sure, but I'm also handicapping my salary, probably Jody, by not emailing in response to every single indie developer that sends me an email about taking a look at their video game with a, okay, pay me $550 and I will stream your game for 2 hours. Because, like, that's the common advice in my industry, right? Like, pay me $500 and I'll cover your game, you know? Is, like, the common email response. And I could significantly increase my income if I did that. But then you guys would get a bunch of streams of games that I don't want to play, that I have no interest in. At the size I'm at, that would be a pretty decent deal, actually. Savory. Became a leader of a settlement of mine? It's hard to forget, yeah? It's happened several times. I only made one video out of it, though. Martin Lopez, in YouTube chat. Then I would report you to Twitch, Fraga. What, the paycheck? No, you need to build your own Twitch channel with the numbers I have, or higher, ideally, in order to get that. Save irony. Save irony. More money than you have, probably. Sock silly. I could tell you the number. About 400 US dollars an hour. I played Minecraft for an hour because I got about that much money from Twitch once. That's the only sponsored stream I've done in 5 years. Also, I'm gonna go stick some dishes in the sink. I will be back. Not really. Corporate sponsorship sucks. It's the worst part of the industry by far. I will be back in a sec. Keep this channel crowdfunded with a Prime sub. I will BRB. At the end of the day, I'm not in this for the money, purely. The money is like a necessity to keep doing this. That is correct, Daniel. Daniel Calzano in YouTube chat. I do this for like the love of it, and also the fact that I get to have the coolest job in the world. If I was purely in it for the money, I would have taken that deal from the certain crypto casino that offered to pay me $60,000 a month for 20 hours of streams of slots per month, which I turned down. And it still kind of haunts me, to be completely honest, for what should be pretty obvious reasons, because that's such a absurdly life-changing amount of money that I can't fully comprehend it. Gross, who watches that? Apparently a lot of people if you look at the stats. I mean, I know people who've turned down significantly bigger offers. And I have respect for them. Is that guaranteed money to pay out? Oh no, it's guaranteed to pay out. Yeah. No, the way it works is like they give you an allowance of money to bet. They comp your losses, and you can keep your winnings, and then they pay you a salary. Like if they were to offer me that same deal now, it would be probably about 80% less because my view counts are about 80% lower now. Back then I was averaging about 1,200 to 2,000 concurrent viewers because that was in January 2022 into 2023 when Dwarf Fortress just launched. Oh, 100% UGDPY, 100%. But like, you know, I'm not here to like just, if I was here to just get a bag, I guess, as you could say, I wouldn't be playing Dwarf Fort. I'm playing Dwarf Fort because I think this game's really cool, and I think that I can actually help people a little bit by playing this game, because this is one of those rare games where there isn't a lot of negatives to learning it, and it's hard to learn it without help. And if you learn how to play this game, it's a game that you can get a lot of time out of, especially in a world where like computers and home computers are getting more and more expensive. I think that like Dwarf Fortress has always had an audience in parts of the world where computer parts are hard to come by because it'll run on just about anything for basically forever. And I think that that's extremely valuable and a way that I can actually be helpful. What's up, Zapdos? It's good to see you, mate. Also, speaking of shirts, I know that that's just a bit, but crime is legal. Shoutouts to CoffeeZilla. Speaking of real ones. You play this on a 2012 MacBook running in Linux Mint? Huh. How's the frame rates on that, actually? I'm genuinely curious. 3.5, I think? Yeah. Laya. Ten-year-old laptop can handle DF just fine. I've thought about setting up Dwarf Fortress on my Windows 1998 computer to see, like, which versions would run and how well, but I haven't done it. I would replace the thermal paste on a 2011 computer, but also, damn, dude. Spring has arrived. Do not connect that to the internet. Nope. No, that would not be wise. Although I did install Linux on a 2011 iMac recently, which was an interesting experience. I did have to awkwardly ask the owner of the computer where the power button was because I couldn't figure it out. Because I've never used an iMac before, which was an interesting experience. You still run a minimum size Fortress out of habit. You got a new motherboard in the CPU for waiting for when it dies? Yeah. You should just install Linux, Castroid, and then just use a Windows 7 skin or theme. One, because it'll run better. Two, because you'll actually have security updates. And three, because what the fuck? If you're still on Windows 7, you don't even have an excuse to not install Linux. Also, you have a good night, Vega. It's pretty late. Vega's headed to bed because it's 23:38 hours in Norway. Just gonna dig this out to get some blocks. Everybody's hauling boulders. Freaky cloud of clusterfuck has arrived. Same time here in Poland. Gotcha. I mean, it depends on when you woke up. To stop working in 0 days for about a year or so, and it finally stopped working last winter. This actually hurts me to read. Just go install Linux, goddammit. Like, it is, I'm going to be polite, but this is going to be really mean. Extraordinarily fucking stupid to run Windows 7 in the current year. Even if you like the OS, like, just go install Linux. God damn it. It's not that difficult. And if anybody's telling you it's that difficult, then they're snorting their own farts. Any Survivor irony, any is better than running fucking Windows 7 in the current year. What distro do you even use? Literally any distro. If you've never used Linux before, install Mint. Like, hold up. Let me just show you something. Like, if you needed to look and play like Windows 7, hold up. Just give me a mo. I've never done this before, but I'm going to do a real quick search. Okay, hold up. Get new global themes. Windows 7. See what it gives me. I'm going to say neither of those look super Windows 7-y. Oh, there's one. That looks kind of Windows 7-y.
Mr. Anderson, welcome back. We've missed you.
I'm an Anderson now? That's news. Windows 11 Sunset Global. Windows Beauty. There's one that I found a little while ago that just straight up looked like Windows 7. Although I wasn't looking for it, so I can't remember what it was named. Oh, these are like Windows 10. Vista? What the fuck's wrong with you? Yuck. Windows XP? Hell yeah. That's fucking dope. Napalm, thanks for the 42nd month, the meaning of the month. It's good to have you. Appreciate you, man. Sorry, but this significantly better than Windows 7. Just saying. That's fucking rad looking. It's no Windows 98, but yeah, no, if you've never used Linux before, just go install Mint. Like, just use Mint. Just Linux Mint. It's easier to install than Windows 11. Not even joking. Some of these are actually pretty snazzy. Like, that's pretty snazzy. I could fuck with that. I do like my theme though, currently. Which is these nice little dots up here. Don't ask some friends. Go to YouTube, type in how to install Linux Mint, enter, and then just follow the first guide you find. Don't ask friends. Just go to if my dad, who's almost in his 70s, can successfully install Linux Mint and use it on a laptop, so can you. It's certainly not the best distro, but it's easy. Like it's not it's not supposed to be the most optimized or like efficient or like fastest or most compatible. It is the easiest. You don't have a USB stick or an SD card? How? Yeah, you're going to need a USB stick or an SD card or a disk. To your own website? Sure. But I don't know. Enjoy your life in virus. Because that's all that's going to be left soon. You won't have a computer left, just one pulsating amalgamation of infected software. Yeah, I don't know. There's a few things that whenever like people say they're still doing it, my brain just melts, and one of those is that you're still on Windows 7. If you're still on Windows 10, why? Who hurt you? If you're on Windows 11, I guess, if you need it for like specific software or something, but still, you can do better. And if you're on a Mac, okay, I get it. And if you're on Windows 7, it's like, what? What? Wizard Tech Services? That's an incredible like URL. In my Discord and also in my Fluxer instance, but not so many people are on the Fluxer. There's a room called, well, actually there's two. There's Linux General and Linux Tech Support on my Discord server. So if you have problems with stuff and need help, just go into Linux Tech Support and people will help you. Also, if you do install Mint, there's a pre-installed piece of software called HexChat, which comes preloaded with a IRC channel. It's an IRC client. Which is just an army of neckbeards just waiting there to help fix your problem and argue about what the best solution is. It's kind of a miracle to just like run into a problem and then just like open up a little chat window and type in your error number and just have 50 people like give you a response in like under 20 minutes. Because you do not meet the requirements? Well, you know what you do meet the requirements for? Linux! I'll stop now. I'll stop now. Also, for anybody wondering what I'm using these days, I'm still on Mint on this computer. I'm just using KDE Plasma. But my laptop is on Debian, and I keep on saying I'm just going to move this desktop to Debian once I'm like between projects, and I haven't been between projects for a while because I need to have like a weekend to do it. I know a lot of people seem to like Zorin OS, but that's just because like, you know, it kind of has more official feeling tech support than a lot of places, or than a lot of distros, I guess. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing, it's just not something I personally value. Because it does cost money, which is weird. What kind of headphones are these? These are Sennheiser HD 650s, and I've had them since 2011. Although I've replaced this cable maybe a half dozen times or so. They're quite expensive. They still make different versions of these headphones, but they don't make this exact model anymore. What you're on a desktop computer, it literally tells you when you turn the computer on, but okay. So wait, you're on Windows 10 because Microsoft hurts you. You know how you could like stop Microsoft from hurting you is by moving out. This is like somebody in an abusive relationship. It's like, I love him, I can fix him, but he like beats me up at night, but I love him, I can fix him. It's like, no, just fucking move out. Get a new roommate. Like, it's not worth it. Like, just run. You know, someone in YouTube chat says I'm still running Windows Vista, JK. In reality, like, I have a window. Okay, hold on. Let me pause the game for a second here. This is very important. monitor right there is connected to a Windows 2000 computer. So, like, you want to talk about old school operating system? Uh-oh. I gotta unfuck my green screen. And then over here, this is a Dell. As you can see, very modern computer. Most modern, in fact. It's so modern, it has high-end touchpad technology. It doesn't even have a nib. That's how old it is. This has my homework on it from school. And this is the keyboard for that computer on the dresser. I'll say this about computers. If you use computers in, like, oops, wrong button. If you use computers in, like, if you used Windows 7 or earlier, Linux is more user-friendly and straightforward than Windows 7 ever was. At this point. You want to know why? Because the help function works. So if you're comfortable on Windows 7, you'll be fine on Linux. The scariest part is just the initial installation, but once you're through that, it's like whatever. The only, like, real disadvantage to it is, like, you can't play, like, I don't know, Valorant? Oh no, you can't play Valorant. What the issue people have with Windows 11? Most computers aren't compatible with it. My computer isn't compatible with it, Super Fragger. If I bought a motherboard about 6 weeks after I bought my motherboard, I would be compatible with it, but, like, why people aggressively are sticking to Windows 10 is because if your computer isn't compatible with Windows 11, you can force it, but it might break, which it does. And if you don't force it, then you can't install it. Like, you lit the game, like, they won't let you install it unless you have certain spec requirements. I don't. Having used Windows 98 recently, when fucking around on that laptop, it's not a good operating system, dude. Like, aesthetically, I miss the visual of it for, like, nostalgia reasons, but it's not a good operating system. Very good login sound, but not a good operating system. Drivers for him to play with his HOTAS? Well, then you should toss that hoe out the window. I don't know. It's like something... I've seen this stat flying around, which was at the time when Windows 11 released, Super Fragger. Something like 70% of computers actively running Windows 10 couldn't actually upgrade. And granted, like, we're talking about, like, university computers, we're talking about, like, school computers, we're talking about library computers, like, not just, like, you know, home user accessible computers. Especially in a world where, like, actually upgrading your computer and buying a new computer is getting prohibitively expensive. Like, if you disagree with that, then you're just lying. Like, it's ridiculous how expensive, like, building basic computer systems has gotten. So in, like, that world, when you think about it, like, it makes kind of a lot of sense why a lot of people are just openly rejecting Windows 11. Is it an okay operating system? Sure, certainly. Does it have features that some people just don't want and have no choice but to use because you have to use it? Because if you don't use the features that Daddy Windowbucks tells you that you're going to use, then, like, why are you even on their operating system? And like, there's plenty of things that that OS does that I have no interest in and don't want. But like, that doesn't necessarily inherently make it a bad OS. What makes it a bad OS is that it requires certain hardware that like I literally don't have the ability to run. And that was a choice that they made. And also, Linux is free. And free. Free. Did I say that Linux is free? Like, why would you use a for-profit OS when you could use a free one? That gets patches more consistently because it's free and maintained by volunteers. Like, there's literally no negative to it. But well, Agushka says, I've been calculating and it would be cheaper for me to steal a good PC, go to jail for like a year, and be free rather than save the money for a whole year and buy it. That is like a sentence, dude. Holy shit. I mean, I think chat said it best, which is it's easier to switch to Linux than it is to switch from Windows to Mac. But Bill Gates isn't even, like, at Microsoft anymore. It's more Satya Nadella. But sure. He needs his SaaS. Software as a service. I'm making little airlocks here so that I can send dwarves up through here to start building a tower. That's what I'm doing, if anybody's wondering. Okay, well, we'll let them work on that. And I'm going to go down into here. We're going to fill out some of this, some of that, some of that. Maybe not that. Maybe not that. Let's fill out this. We need to make a dormitory pretty soon, I think. On the ass? I feel like you missed several S's in that ass, but okay. You don't have to use the terminal for anything in Linux, though. Depending on the distro that you install, like if you install Mint, like you literally don't actually need to use the terminal for anything. Although my favorite thing about Linux is that it doesn't sometimes mysteriously just place files on a OneDrive and not tell you. And then tell you that you can't copy it. Like, backing up my system to install Linux was fucking more effort than anything that Linux has made me do. Because, like, a whole bunch of the files are like, you can't access or copy these files. They're on your OneDrive. You have to move them. It's like, excuse me, what? AI isn't a service. It's an inconvenience. I don't know what the effect is, Lukio, but it's called Merc. That stuff. Infernal Merc. I don't know what it does because it hasn't touched anything living yet, and I'm too scared to let it. I'm sure it'll have its moment, but it hasn't yet. Besides, the best part about having a terminal is you can do this. Hold up. Hold up. Just let me do the most important terminal command without accidentally closing OBS. It's more like, "Aya!" AI is a headache. What's up, Epion? Hopefully you're doing well, mate. Chat, if you don't know Epion, that's okay. Go by Jupiter Hell. And then if you do know Epion, he made Jupiter Hell, which is a pretty cool game. Sometimes your mom just says things that make no sense authoritatively. I ask her where she heard that, and she says she Googled it. And then when I prod, it's the AI automated response under her search bar. Yep. That's actually like one of the scariest things about the current internet is Google becoming like a fucking mark. Wednesday, coolio. Thursday, busy week. What's I saw the last update and played a little bit of it on my laptop while I was traveling once, but what's in 0.11? If I can ask. I use AI to send haikus to my mom to annoy her. But like that to me is like the most legitimate use for AI is just making shitty memes. Or rather, I should say, I've used AI to send haikus to my mom. It's been a long time, though. It's been several years. I think 2023 was maybe the last time I did that. So used in past tense. Bots and hacking, Jupiter Hell gets its 4th class. Cool. Wait, what's the fourth class? I think my favorite quote is like, if you don't already know how to program well, you're still going to make bad code because you can't comprehend the code that you're making. That's about it. What I think is real funny is just that conversation that I mentioned earlier of that lady who talked about how like Claude makes the content creation side of her work much easier and more straightforward, and it only costs her like $400+ a month. And I was like, wait, why don't you just hire somebody in the Philippines to do it? Like, literally, just fucking go on Fiverr, and you'll find somebody who will do it at a fraction of the cost in less time, probably. And at least, like, a human made it. And at least, like, you can feel kind of good about, you know, helping somebody pay their bills. That's disturbing. Hopefully that game wasn't for sale. Because I wouldn't want fraudulent generated content in a video game that I'm playing. That would make me feel like shit. If it's like a fucking freak thing, then I don't care. But the second they're charging money for AI generated video games, it just makes me go, ugh. Okay, let's go here. Get rid of seeds. Maybe not all. Let's just do sweet pods, cave wheat. I can't believe I haven't brewed alcohol yet. Dimple cups, pugtails, pigtails, plum helmets. Pigtails, sweet pods, cave wheat, dimple cups, I think that's everything. No, it's not. Jelly. It's really not. As a fanatic of music, it's really, 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 really not. And if you think it is, then I'm sorry, but it's really not. Or like you listen to it and you can hear the. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna have this argument, but I'm just gonna make my statement and go by it and just say no, it's not. It's really fucking not. It sounds like sizzling bacon. Okay, that's weird. Like if you think it's good at music, then I hate to break it to you, but I think you just have really bad taste. And YouTube even recommended it as it should? Cool! Hello, Senbees. Have you ever played old Subnautica? Subnautica made me extremely motion sick, so I refunded it. I don't see why the new one wouldn't do that. Cloud of Infernal Murk has arrived. I guess what I have to say is if you're in my chat and you're unironically saying AI is good at, you're never going to make me agree with you or think that you're right, with maybe one exception, and that is it's sometimes okay at spell check, and it's pretty good at live translation of things. Like it's a pretty good accessibility tool, and in some cases it can be good at programming if it's well trained, but only if you know what you're looking at code-wise. That's basically it. No, it's good at making people think that they can replace people before they realize that they can't actually replace those people and hire them back. Engineer 512. It's also good at being very expensive. Especially now that people are actually paying non-subsidized prices for it, I think its usage is going to go down quite a bit. Yeah, absolutely. Like an international airliner needs a good pilot to have before you have a good autopilot. Like your pilot needs to know how to fly the plane but autopilot is a useful tool to fly more efficiently. You could say the same thing about coding. The sad part is you have proof of otherwise on all of them fronts. It's not good at music. It's objectively bad at music. Has it replaced people? Yes, you are correct. Is it going to keep people replaced? No. And if you think it is, well, the reason they always say it's going to replace people is because they need all of those people's salaries to pay the gas bill. Like, it's not a sustainable business. The reality is people are cheaper. Like, straight up. If it was just another tool, people wouldn't be screaming about it like this. Jolly Jiggler. Like, you're saying that in poor faith. I mean, you might think that it's good at music if you have stock in Suno. Like, if you've invested in Suno, maybe, but... Or maybe you're just a really big, like... Drake fan. Okay, let's just go over here. Just get rid of food. Yeah, but at what cost, Jelly Jiggler? For what benefit? Like, genuinely. Like, if you're actually making that argument, like, genuinely, like, what is it doing better? For what cost? It ain't helping people do shit. It's helping people make more and check their work less. It's helping people output more and devaluing it. It's not helping you do more. We won't find out for a while. Oh, we found out. And we found out that it's exceptionally fucking expensive. Like, if you're actually having this fucking argument with me right now, it's exceptionally fucking expensive. It's making home computing unobtainium. There is no benefit currently. And for the same reason that there was no benefit to cryptocurrency, when you actually sat down and looked at it, there's very little benefit to AI, outside of some niche use cases, which, sure, I'll accept that. That's what those tools were built for. But no, I completely fundamentally disagree with you on most fronts. Like, you're just... I don't agree that you don't like it. Why are you arguing with me then? Why are you being, like, intentionally contrarian? Why are you insisting on inevitability of something that you know doesn't work if you don't like it? State it how it is. Quit being a defeatist. And Lost Lore Scholar, thanks for the 5 units of money in YouTube chat. They say thanks for the entertainment. Godspeed. Appreciate you, mate. I think my favorite quote about AI was the CEO of EA Games being like, "We've been an AI-based company for our since the beginning of our existence." It's like, you fucking shit poster. Yeah, but machine learning isn't AI. Like, that's what we should go back to calling it, is fancy autocomplete and machine learning, which is a more useful term. See, usually they're in the Twitch chat. Or see, usually they're not in the Twitch chat. They're usually in the YouTube chat. Soxley. UGDPY, thank you very much for the 10-pack. Appreciate you, man. LLMs? What about llamas? I mean, like, sort of what oversized red zip-up hoodie is talking about. Like, one of the biggest fucking faults of AI is the push of these models into everything is that it's making entry-level jobs inaccessible, which is fucking moronic. Because if you replace note takers in hospitals, which are, you know, nurses in training, with a robot, then you don't have nurses in training. And if you have no nurses, then you don't have people working in the hospital anymore. And if you're, like, on the side of not wanting to have humans working in your hospital, that's weird. But okay, more power to you, I guess?
74.
But I want
75.
there to be people alongside of the computers making sure that I'm not dying. And I don't trust the computers. Frankly, I don't trust most people, but I trust them more than the computers. Thank you very much for the 75th month, Mind. Appreciate you. Like, as you fucking defeatists in the chat would like to remind me, it's going to be around forever and it's just technology. That is true. However, the business, the marketplace, the circular bubble inflation, the mass propping up of companies that, like, frankly don't have any value whatsoever, isn't sustainable. The technology is fine. It can stick around. Like, I've got no issue with that. What I have issue with is everything being forced upon you because they've invested so much fucking imaginable amounts of money into technology that is over-ballooned and overinflated and being used for things that it's frankly bad at. Like, okay, yeah, no, the tech's not going anywhere. That's true. That's fine. The issue is the way it's being used. It's like cryptocurrency isn't going anywhere, but NFTs were really fucking stupid. As an artist on the internet, I am baffled by anybody who tries to make the argument, Twisted Bro, that there are people that lack money and time to do the thing. You know what I lacked for years? Money and time. You know what I did? I worked 40 hours a week, and I streamed 30 hours a week. That's been true as long as history's existed. The difference now is people that are trying to make these dreams come true are putting out shitty work at low quality that has no value. Like, can you make your dreams come true? Certainly, a couple shitlords can get to the top of the App Store and make crappy apps that get, like, compromised immediately because they have vulnerabilities. Is that valuable? I don't think that that kind of democratization is valuable in any way. You know what is valuable? Open source software. Like, I think that you being on this use AI properly, how are you supposed to use AI properly? You need these unsustainable massive corporations in this circular bubble structure to be able to use it. It is now more expensive to use fucking Claude than it is to just buy a computer. So I don't believe this argument of people without the skill or time or money can go make things. No, they can't. It's fucking bullshit. Because if what you're actually doing is just pricing people out of the market of digital technology. Like, I do not agree with that. I've heard that sentiment more times than I can fucking count. And it makes me fucking sick. It's goddamn disgusting. Turns out, Jelly Jiggler, tedious work pays well. Only if you have a big enough fucking computer engineer to run it. Making that entire sentiment of, like, people without the time or the money to do the thing moot, because you need a fucking, like, MacBook Mini that costs $1,500. Like, that, the entire statement is gone. Like, it's, if that's actually an argument that you're making, you're just fucking stupid. Like, truth be told. Anyway. I should have stayed on vacation. Reading chat real quick, catching up on things. Sorry, look at the YouTube chat. I say if they just want a money generator, they should just make shitty gacha games like the rest of them. Sorry. That's funny. Anyway. I feel like I've made my point, and I don't know what else I can say. And people in chat can just reiterate the points that you guys have made or feel that you've made over and over again. I don't think that's particularly beneficial or helpful. So yeah, that's it. That's all I got. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. I don't even know who Ted is. Hey, chat. What else do you want to talk about? That doesn't make me want to punch a hole through my monitor. I mean, I could, but that would require me, like, trusting Google, which I don't, so nah, I'm good. I feel like I knew that. I was mostly just speaking words. There's Summit. Just to sum it up. That are so despondent they don't feed themselves. Click on them. Do they say that they're like, what's the word? Stumbling around obliviously or like melancholic? If so, no. No, there's nothing you can do. They've gone insane. They're starving themselves to death. Have I tried the game Going Medieval? It's just crappy 3D RimWorld. Why do I want to play 3D RimWorld? I don't want to play RimWorld. Huh? I don't even know what you're talking about, Salty. There's his hummus and pita chips. I made homemade pretzels. I kind of fucked them up, though. I baked them for too long. So they were very, very dense and not very, like, soft like I intended. But I'm sure pretzel attempt 2 will be better than pretzel attempt 1. I have high hopes for my next attempt at making pretzels. I used baking soda, but you could use lye if you wanted. I don't know about arsenic, but lye is the, like, questionable material for making homemade pretzels. But like I said, I used baking soda for the boil instead of lye. Cloud of spooky goo is floating nearby. The thing is, it stops at the edge of the beach. It's actually pretty good to know. You know what we could talk about that's pretty cool technology-wise? My advice on making a sourdough starter is follow a YouTube tutorial. There's plenty of good ones out there, and most of them are very similar, so it'll give you a pretty good idea. That's all I did. Captain Crunch. Electric airships. Like, bringing back basically Zeppelins, but using electric engines to power them. I'm here for it. Zeppelins look so fucking cool, man. Where the heck are you going? Oh, I see. We need to make some booze pretty soon here. It's steampunk, but like electricity instead of steam. I don't know. I was reading an article recently about a company called Lighter Than Air, which is building modern Zeppelins in like the same place that the or not the Hindenburg, but in the same like giant building that the Hindenburg had parked in a couple times, which is cool. Would they still be at risk of exploding? I mean, I'm not a balloonman. I DK. There was a plan for a thing called Cargo Lifter in Germany a couple years ago, but it was canceled. Let me just go look up an image of this thing. Because they've been, like, there's photos of them, like, flying already. Yeah, this thing. Yeah. These things. But, like, you know. Yeah, I mean, it is still helium, so yes, they are still at risk of exploding. But, I don't know. I think it's cool. Curious to see what it ends up being, if anything. You've seen one like that flying around San Francisco? That's probably the photos that I've seen, which made me Google it. Hold on, let me double check. I found a video of one from November 2025. Holy crap, this is a low-quality video. It claims to be 720p. I disagree. Hey. That shit's so fucking cool, man. I mean, helium's explosive, but yeah, it's no hydrogen. But yeah, I'm here for it. Helium is not flammable, but it is explosive, isn't it? Is it not? I mean, I do not pretend to be an expert in any of the shit that I'm babbling out about. I just think they look cool and they're efficient. That's hydrogen. Okay, well, I like Hydro Thunder, so that's all I know about Hydro. Doesn't interact with anything? Cool. Just don't let it escape from the bag. Because then it won't be useful anymore. Also, Ahmed Brooks, thank you very much for the 5 units of money. My favorite... story about my favorite dopey dragon. Dudley. It was a TV show. It was cool. I don't know. I'm not playing in the fort with the dragons anymore, so I'm not sure what you're looking for here. But thank you. Same world, though. Similar part of the world. Choose your boat! Yes. Okay, so we've got humans that need to get onto the map. So I'm going to try and let them in if we can. Maybe they'll start moving? Or they won't. Oh, I need to make a new trade depot. That would be helpful. Let's just plop one right there for right now. Any way you can get my alert settings? I had them pinned in the DF questions room for a while on my Discord. They should still be there. But basically, it's just like scroll down through the alerts until you find things that you would want to enable. Like, I have it enabled to give me an alert for, like... I mean, all those are the adventure mode. We're in fortress mode right now, so let's stick to fortress stuff. Like an election, mayor getting elected, a wedding, a thief, you know, returning soldiers, blah, blah, blah. But, like, if you want, like, pauses and whatnot, then you gotta, like, enable these over on this side. It's, I don't know. It's not that... Like, ambush, pop-ups. We've got gremlins, snatchers, ambush, caravan, migrants. You know, the numbers, weddings, you know, it's pretty straightforward. You just kind of have to scroll through the list. But it should still be pinned, at least the basic version. I did turn or set it so that freaky weather makes an alert, but that's more unique to this particular fort. Like that. We've got a... Well, uh-oh. Which direction is this going? It's going in the opposite direction. The traders are down here. That could be bad. They're kind of walking concurrently with it. Because the spooky cloud is up there. They're going to collide with it eventually. It's going to happen. Yeah, we might. It's right there. Oh boy. Oh boy. Now the question is, do I lock this? I want to know. Can you show me? No. It literally went just around them. Oh, they're so lucky. I wanted to know, chat. We won't find out today. And let's also bring some totems. That is hilarious, Alok. Yeah, by like one single tile. How do I deal with forgotten beasts that breathe fire? Shoot them with bolts. Bolt throwers. Marks dwarves. Keep them at a range. Or fight them in like 1 of 7 deep water. Are kind of your 2 best bets, usually. Like, ranged weapons are, like, kind of the counter for both fire and webs. Both of them are quite efficient against them. I don't know what, okay, so YouTube chat asks, can tamed dragons make their way to Drunkenfrost? So I'm part of a different faction. They'll probably attack me once I have a slightly higher population, though. Same with the hydras and other things. I'm not sure if they'll still be tamed. They might be. It wouldn't surprise me if we end up with dragons in this fort, YouTube chat, based on the last fort. Cool. Got a bunch of beer amongst other things. I'm gonna buy some capes and vests. Although, that's a fancy vest, so I'll have to sell a few more gems. And some of the cheaper socks. And those gloves. Trade. That's a bit too much of a value boost for them. So I'll also buy that leather. And that leather. And that cloth. As well as, maybe not those, but those are expensive ass bolts, Jesus. Some meat and some fish. Okay, fine. Trade, done. And we can move everything down. So this is an aquifer, meaning we can farm here. I don't even need to dig that much further. This is going to be where I put my kitchens. So that's convenient. Very convenient. Raid your old fortress to collect dragons? I could. I could. Got a bit of a ways to go before we can do that, though. There's jades? Jesus. So many such value. There's a spooky cloud. It's very active at this time of year. And then up here, before this becomes a problem, I'm gonna make a food stockpile, but just no seeds whatsoever. I'm gonna put that in a separate stockpile. Seeds are gonna go down here, but I'm going to remove the plump helmets, the cave wheat, the pigtails, the sweet pods, and the plump helmets. No. Pigtails, sweet pods, cave wheat. Okay, that's right. So this is all aquifer, meaning I can farm right there too. Dimple cups, yeah. That's the other one. Rock blocks. Let's just do 300. Let's see how our expedition leader is doing. Oh, Murloc. Not too much has changed. I mean, he feels love remembering a new romance and has become fond after speaking with friends. That's some true love, that. I'll go with the flow sometimes. Checks out. What is the game I'm playing? Dwarf Fortress? Shy fan? I'm confused. I mean, you've been here plenty of times, so is there a joke in this question that I'm missing? Because that is entirely possible. But this is Dwarf Fort. But we had tame dragons in the previous fort, so that might be what people are talking about if you feel confused. But what's up? It's good to see you. Another spooky cloud. Bubbles up. So many spooky clouds. You use quantum stockpiles? Yes. In most forts. I just don't use them for literally everything, and there's no reason to use them just yet. I only have 12 dwarves at the minute, and if you make quantum stockpiles, it does create kind of a lot of hauling jobs for very little actual reason. So I'm not going out of my way to use quantum stockpiles at the minute, not because like I don't use them, but because I don't really need them right now, because we're still early game enough. Once I start ending up with enough dwarves where I can, you know, be a little bit less specific about what I'm doing with minute-to-minute tasks, and the fort gets a little bigger, yeah, then at that point it'll make sense to make more, or make some. But currently I don't have any. I mean, I don't think vaults are overvalued in Dwarf Fortress, Jesse in YouTube chat, because they're a single-use, pretty high-value item. So it would make sense why they would be as valued as they are. Because once they're destroyed, that's it. They're done. So if you use a high-value material to make a bolt, like, that just kind of makes a lot of sense to me why they would be valuable. When the amount of drinks is less than 1 hundo. I'll make fun of those, and I need an office. Is bolt spam still the go-to method with bolt throwers? You need bolts to use bolt throwers, so making a lot of bolts when you have bolt throwers makes sense. I don't understand the question. It's like saying, like, is boulder spam important for catapults? Yeah? What? I'm confused. What am I supposed to... What is the question here? People, like, make statements and format them as questions so often that I never know how to answer them. It's like, that is a statement, not a question. Like, what are you asking? Hey, chat, I've got a very important question. What's for dinner? I'm thinking asparagus and pinto beans because I have a bunch of canned pinto beans because they were very cheap on sale. So I bought a whole bunch of pinto beans. So now I have a bunch of, like, just a big old pile of pinto beans. Pizza? Ooh, what kind of pizza? Chicken drumsticks, asparagus, and potatoes? Fuck yeah. Got ribs on sale for Memorial Day, so you've been slow cooking them? I can't remember the last time I had ribs. It's been a long time. Like a very long time. Some migrants have arrived. Well, Thankfully, I don't think there's any murder danger clouds on the map at the minute. So you did in fact come from my previous fort. Along with your husband, who's actually focused. Is it just the two? It's just the two of them and their baby. Who's 0 years old. Look at that. Never mind. Different baby. Unrelated baby, but we did just have a baby. I think that's everybody. There go the traders. Good luck, boys. You started making your own udon recently? Ooh. How's that been turning out? Let's just go with that schist right there. Exclamation point goal. Simply put, no, but kinda. It's more of a theme. Basically, I discovered that we have a crazy dwarf, which we named Murloc. And Murloc, here, I'll read his description. He's private to the point of paranoia, and he's unwilling to reveal even basic information about himself. He never feels lustful passions and is rarely jealous. He is swayed by emotional appeals and has an overbearing personality. He's slow to anger and feels a strong need to pay back any favor done for him. He's very humble and he's pleased by his own appearance and talents. He generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and he is disturbed by this as someone who dislikes those that seek to acquire power over others. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things and is quick to form negative views about things. He finds obligations confining, and he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He sometimes can act without deliberation and is slow to trust others, and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. And he can handle stress, and he tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. And he personally believes that perseverance is one of the greatest qualities that somebody can have, finds the acquisition and use of power abhorrent and would have all masters toppled, and values a harmonious existence. So I'm just kind of building a fort around this dwarf. Also, we're in an evil, frozen, reanimating, undead wasteland, and we're trying to not die. So, yeah. There's an ad break running, so I'll pause game. Yeah, I've had like a stand mixer with like a pasta attachment on my wish list for a minute, UGDPY, but I'm not going to do it until like I have disposable income. I haven't had disposable income since like September last year. Dwight from The Office. I've seen enough of The Office to understand that reference. And like, I mean, it's nobody really in reality's fault aside from just the state of the world, but money hasn't been great kind of since last year. So I'm not spending money right now. Sure, yeah, no, I mean, like, if it's really hard, if not impossible, to hand roll pasta. My ex used to have a stand mixer with a pasta attachment that I used to make pasta years ago. But I've made pierogi and dumplings since, but that's, you know, it's kind of a different thing. I think that bolts and crossbows, because YouTube chat's talking about different weapons in Dwarf Fort, I think that bolts and crossbows are like absurdly undervalued amongst Dwarf Fortress players. They're possibly the most powerful Dwarf Fortress weapon, if properly utilized. at scale. So, that's all. I think you guys are undervaluing the power of crossbows. Just kind of period. Yeah, totally. I mean, you can do it. I mean, the majority of the, like, stuff that a lot of people buy in store that I've been making at home, it's just been bread. I've gotten back into making bread. It's been a while. And this can be an office. Oops. Can be an office for my manager, even though they won't actually need it for a little bit. I mean, I very rarely train them in an archery. I literally, in an archery range, I just, like, let them train in a wrestling arena, and then when a fight happens, they learn real quick. No, well, I mean, if you had 3 legendary Marks Dwarves, they would have one-shot that web-spitting Forgotten Beast because they hit it in the head. Like, Forgotten Beasts are almost entirely extremely counterable if you have, like, a decent setup and a willingness to be prepared. Let's do rock pot. You have a headache? Well, best of luck fixing it. Hopefully it doesn't last long. These dwarves are absurdly happy considering they have no bedrooms whatsoever. Like, absurdly happy. You ended up letting it in the main stairwell. I mean, I've lost hundreds, dozens, maybe not hundreds, at least dozens of fortresses to web-spitting Forgotten Beasts, so I hear you. I had one that was made of, I always say it was made of iron, but I think it was actually made of magnetite, like iron ore. And it was a giant horse made of iron. Got into the stairwell, and everybody died. Like, I went from having 150 dwarves to having, like, it was, like, somewhere around 12 in a matter of seconds. It was ridiculous. I'm just reading and getting caught up on both chats. I don't think they're finicky, so I don't really know what you mean. I mean, if you, like, I don't even have enough dwarves to make a squad at the minute, so I can't really tell you, but, like, Marks dwarves aren't that finicky. Just make the squad, tell them to, like, use the default uniform. Like, if I add a dwarf as a militia commander, doesn't really matter which one, just make them use crossbows with metal or leather armor. So select what you have more of, and then just make sure that you have bolts and quivers available, which are made out of leather, and then you can click on ammunition and tell them what type of ammo you want them to use. Like, it's pretty straightforward. And then you don't need them to train in a archery range. They can just train in a barracks. You only need to do that if you, like, insist. I would say it's optional generally. And if you do, just make sure you set some training ammo and let them store their ammo in a chest in a barracks. And like, if that's finicky, then like, you're never gonna not find this game finicky, and I don't know how to help you at this point. And also, yeah, having just like a massive ammo supply. Like if they're using wood and bone bolts, like they won't do as much damage, but they will absolutely injure and disarm many a squad. Let's process plants. Pigtails. Do it. I'm out of barrels. That's the problem. I guess actually I should move pigtails up to here. Actually just do my farming here instead. So much closer. Or just make sure that you leave it so that you forbid your own bolts. I don't know. I don't agree that they're finicky. I think they're pretty straightforward, but I've also like stopped making tutorials partly for this reason, because like I don't know how to explain things better and I've kind of given up. It's one of the reasons anyway. Correct, Embers. Land of mystery indeed. I mean, they were finicky, like, 5 years ago. But, like, especially in the last year, they've gotten so straightforward and overly strong, like, I don't know. If you haven't used them in the last year and you're saying they're finicky, use them, and then come back. And if you still feel they're finicky after that, then I don't know if I can help you. If they're finicky to get them to change their uniform, take tone. Literally click on them, remove their uniform, and give them a new one. And they'll go pick up whatever they need to pick up. Or they literally don't have functioning hands, which is usually a healthcare issue. Is there a dwarf left to name? Claim one. Frosty. Nobody redeems the dwarves, even when I tell people that they can, so I've just stopped saying it as of late, but yes, there's tons. But if you want one, redeem it, don't ask. I'll refund it if there isn't. Or it's off if there isn't. I have also, well, if you listened to what I said, Benamor, you don't need archery ranges. I don't even use them. I just get them training in a normal-ass barracks. They train one by one in available archery ranges when they're available if they have training ammo assigned. And training ammo available. So, if you have an archery range, they will use them one at a time. It's not a replacement for a barracks. It's in addition to a barracks. I've said everything that I can say, and if it's still confusing to you, I don't know how to help you, mate. Just had them not grab quivers before? Well, if that wasn't... I give up. I give up! I stand by what I said! Any beard. Got it. There you go. You got a metalsmith. Frosty Noodle, you're married to or in love with carbohydrates. He is very stubborn, likes pizza, and his dower is a rule. He's conflicted by this. He values party making and merrymaking. What? Parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He's very quick to anger, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He isn't particularly ambitious, doesn't focus on material goods, doesn't handle stress well, and isn't given to flights of fancy, and tends to consider what others think of him. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at bad weather. Thankfully, somebody said it. Sergura. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally sees war as a useful means to an end, values tranquility and a peaceful day. Likes shirt and silver and peridot and hamster leather and color teal, short swords, armor stands, flasks, and geese for their formation flying, not their rad riffs. And the words of the fatal death and the sound of the russet tresses and the sight of the sable blossom, and when possible prefers consume pangolin, fish, chichery, as well as artichoke wine. It's crazy when that artichokes. And you're close friends with Surfer Lord. Previously, you were not a member of anything, so this is the first fort that you've really been in, historically, and you feel love after remembering romance. I gotta say, though, why is everybody choking on all this art? Who isn't in love with carbohydrates? Somebody that has whatever that disease is called that makes you, like, incapable of digesting carbohydrates? Is that Crohn's? No. Or maybe I'm confusing it with gluten. I don't know. I have mixed feelings about carbohydrates, I'll be honest. These poor dwarves are too overworked. Gonna move a lot of these gardens upstairs anyway. Where did that water come from? There's an aquifer in the wall. So it's flowing out of this wall, is where it came from. Celiac, yeah, that's the one that I was thinking of. So I don't know what I'm thinking of when it comes to carbs, but celiac is what I was thinking about. Because this game loves its specificity, Candy Corn. They ask, why do all dwarves specify that they need alcohol to get through the working day? It's a given. It's like, no, it is, but this game is nuts about its specificity. Which I do think is, like, the most important thing about it. This game being overly specific is part of the charm. I also need a broker. Rather, a bookkeeper. Carby, you're now going to do bookkeeping as well so that I can know how much drink I actually have. I don't really want to make a loom just yet. Because if I make a loom, that's just going to make so many more jobs than I need right now. I've already got too many jobs. So the last thing I really need is more. So 22 blocks is what I would need to get all the way up. It's time to make a siltstone tower, chat. Except... because chat wanted a floating fort. That's good timing. Great. We're waiting for this construction. You don't think goblins would be jealous about this embark? Bet. How's the new update? It's been out for a bit, hasn't it? I mean, it added a bunch of, like, very nice little quality of life features. I think it's a pretty good update, all in all. So how exactly are they getting there? Well, I guess you're building it. Slowly is how it seems. Or by you standing stationary waiting to get outside. Okay, well, we'll just let you go build it. All right. So now that that's relocked, let's just unlock this and let them out to go do this. Which they're getting to. Nice and quick. Uh-oh. Thankfully, it's all the way over there. We should be fine. Come on, dwarves. Just get all these done, please. All these done. Bad place to take a nap there, dwarf. Real bad place to take a nap. It's August. Well, actually, hold on. I can tell you. The 20th anniversary of Dwarf Fortress will be on... Hold on. Let me just go to bay12games.com/dwarves and go to all versions. And scroll down, 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 down. August 8th will be the 20th anniversary. I know it's in August. I always forget the exact date, though. It is currently indefinitely delayed, so probably not for a very long time, if ever. Pinkwave 02. They're asking when Dwarf Fortress will be ported to Mac. All right, Dwarf, come on. Wake up for me, thank you. What kind of fort am I making this time? Exclamation point goal! It is a evil biome untamed wilds fort, and chat really wants me to make a surface fort. So I'm kind of going about that process. And there's evil weather, and it's reanimating. So things that die become zombies. But yeah, the official statement, Pinkwave, in YouTube chat is, it is currently not in the plans. So when is it getting ported to Mac? Currently, never. Will it be at some point? Never say never, but currently the plan is no. You always make them so interesting. Well, we have to avoid this evil, like, murder dust, so it'll be interesting, all right. You always forget the command. Yeah, it's fair. Exclamation point goal, though. It is very straightforward with this particular fort. Wolfie. Start placing that walls that I always end up using the scaffolding for the edges. I mean, I find this to be significantly easier. Just alternating the wall order. I mean, it takes a little bit, but it's really not that bad. Yeah, I'm going to need to mess with the diplomacy stuff a bit more in this fort, Tigtone, in YouTube chat. I messed with it a little bit in the last fort, and by a little bit, I mean I demanded the goblins stop being at war with me and then attacked them, and then went back to war with them, and then demanded they stop being at war with me, and they said no, so then I attacked the place where I sent the dwarves to demand them to stop being at war with me, and then killed the guy that said no, and then the next guy said yes, so then they stopped being at war with me. It was a good time. Although I had less luck trying to negotiate with the elves, which honestly, that checks out. And you saw me using bridges as scaffolding. You do have to be cautious with that, though, because they don't provide supports themselves. You'll get surprise cave-ins if you're not cautious, if you're doing it that way. But as long as you're, like, pretty cautious with it, it's quite safe to do it that way. Time does indeed file itself away into a cabinet pretty efficiently, Bastet. I get along just fine with the tree hippies until I don't. It's like, generally, I get along totally fine with elves, and I like trading with them until they're like, you fucked up! And then it's like, well, oh well. I guess it's war forever now. It's just like, you know, the humans in real life. You get along with them just fine until you don't. And then it's just war forever now. So, who here's looking forward to my next big video project? If you are, and you go to blindIRL.com and you sign up with an email, you don't even need to give me money. I'm going to be sending out an email probably this evening. I was going to send it out this morning, but then I got lazy last night. With a 10-minute preview of my next big video project. It doesn't have any music or, like, fancy editing in it yet. It's just kind of a rough edit of the first 10 minutes, but I've got a lot more than that edited, and I will need to do effects passes. It probably won't be out this next week. It'll probably be out the week after, if I'm being realistic, but I'm gonna try. The one with the Durgans, yes, it did have polar bear people. But the polar bear people are kind of a footnote. that were mentioned once and then kind of not really brought up because they're not the focus. To flood them? Yeah. I love the super elaborate things people do to, like, destroy trade depots when all you need to do is trade with them and then click seize. It's like, if you want to steal all this stuff, like, the game just has that as a feature. But the creativity is always amusing. I built a fortress once where the gimmick Donjus was just attack every single trade caravan that shows up and take all their stuff, but I wasn't allowed to farm or produce any food myself. Which very quickly turned into just, like, war with everybody. But that was back when you could attack your own faction, and I don't think the game lets you do that anymore now. Actually, now that I think about it. Let's also make a raw catch cover. Am I out of boulders? Good lord. I may actually be out of boulders. Yep, I am out of boulders. Cool. I'm always kind of impressed when that happens. Like, it always surprises me. It's like, holy shit, am I really out of boulders? Oh my god, I'm actually out of boulders. Well, that's crazy. Well, I know that, like, the reason the goblins surrendered to me when I demanded unconditional surrender was the amount of casualties. Like, the game specifically cited that. So it's definitely weighted. We need more boulders to make bricks. Also, trade sentiments with my home faction are lukewarm. Apparently. I don't know who Luke is, but I guess he's warm. I've got some very expensive beds in here because they're encrusted with a shit ton of gems. They wanted... Was it the tanned hides that the dwarves wanted? Let's just bring one bin. And, I'm gonna just fucking bring 2 of these beds over. Nice and easy trade. And here they come. Yeah, it was like a year or 2 ago now, it seems like. There are still ways to make meals worth a bajillion Dwarf bucks, but you kind of have to go out of your way to do that. It's not as possible as it was back then. There's still other things that can be worth a lot more, but I don't know when you last played, really, but the early premium versions have since, like, the early premium versions nerfed a lot of value of a lot of things, a lot, and they've since nerfed them more, so it was a thing the game needed. It was very welcome, if you ask me. Oh no, meals are absolutely still worth stuff, but you kind of have to go out of your way to make them worth a bajillion dollars now. Instead of them just being worth that much by default, you know? Just in and add bricks, we're gonna wait. Can gems be extracted from items? IDK / don't think so. I don't think so. No. No, they can't. Before the siege update? Gotcha. Yeah, no, the, I mean, the meal... Hold on. I will tell you when they nerfed meals. Give me a sec. Early 2025 was when they nerfed meals. You just sold spiked balls? It used to be like menacing wooden spikes for me. I am in fact live. Killed with style. How are you, mate? We just got back from a party. I'm probably gonna wind down soonish, but it is good to be back because I do have a video that I gotta finish. And in order to finish that video, I gotta, you know, do some editing. There's quite a bit of editing that I still need to do. But today's been a good day back. This is the end of the first heat wave this year. You're gonna be able to go outside without... How hot has it been? if I can ask. Actually, kind of a funny thing. When I was flying to Montreal, I was sitting, like the first flight that I took of the day was from Vancouver to Calgary. And I was sitting in seat 36C. But the way Air Canada has like their entertainment displays set up, it said 36C, Calgary on my seat. And it took me, like I woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning or something. Like I'd been up since pretty damn early. I got like 5 hours of sleep or something. So I was kind of groggy and like not fully there. And it took me an uncomfortably long period of time to realize that 36C meant the seat number that I was sitting in, not that it was 36 degrees Celsius in Calgary. And I thought this was funny, so I took a photo of it and posted it in the group chat of the people that I was hanging out with in Montreal. And Stoned Hobo, one of my mods, responds to the thread with his, which was 14F Montreal, and was like, wow, I really am going to Canada. In fact, I think I'm underpacked. Genuinely one of the like funniest exchanges I've ever had and my dad didn't think it was very funny. So he was in seat B. So yeah, he didn't get it. You don't know what makes the most money in the current build? Probably still meals or bolts. Or like multiple levels of dyed clothing is the other one that does really well in the current builds. Well, at least the spooky clouds don't go that high up. Grumble. There you go. Making a rock hatch cover. You have a frosty mug of beer? Sounds tasty. Non-alcoholic beers? I mean, I've been pretty happy with my homemade fermented beverages, which have alcohol in them, but like, if I were to guess, it's like a fraction of a percent, if not like maybe a percent. It's like a strong kombucha. I find that beer dehydrates me to a point where I kind of don't like any beer on a super hot day. I do like fizzy water, though, like these. It was quite hot like 2 days ago, but the last 2 days have been pretty chilly, actually. It's been like below 14°C outside, so. I mean, just because YouTube chat is talking about the value of things, I've had like masterwork robes with like a mixed dye valued over 2,000 Dwarf bucks. But I don't know. I've never been one to really micromanage value. At some point, like, traders just become a thrift store for me. So they're just a way to offload stuff I don't want anymore. Like, I've got a, I mean, I obviously don't know the exact value here, but like probably like an $1,800 bed right there. I'm gonna buy that steel sword. Because I'm too lazy to make them just yet. Let's also grab that chief. And I'm gonna give them a nice big value boost. I'm gonna give them that bed as a gift. Have a gift. To increase trade relations. I mean, certainly, but like, have you ever actually produced enough clothing so that every single dwarf has clothes? Because that's like every fort for me. So yeah, dwarves get happy wearing expensive things, but like, they also get happy equipping expensive jewelry. But like, that's never stopped me from selling it. Like, if that's a reason to not sell it, then I don't know why you're making it in the first place. Elfie, thank you very much for the raid. What's up? How's things? Welcome, raiders. What were you playing today? You can shut yourself out too if you like. What's up, Jordy Bird? Though you never died anything, you should try it. I mean, I never really messed around with it until like the last handful of forts. And it's been interesting. Because dye is quite a valuable industry. Especially with the way it works now, because so many things can be turned into dye. I remember hearing that Harold Halibut is like kind of a really long game. Like it's like a 30-hour long thing or something. Oh, that sucks, though. Give dwarves lots of jobs to be satisfied with, too. Yeah, and milling also gives you access to things like flour, which is kind of neat. It's a bit more micromanagement, but... You know, actually, I'm going to use a different material for this roof. I could just throw ice up here. Why don't we do that? Let's use ice as this roof. Good old ice fortress. You always go hard on farming, and you actually get pretty good at clothing into your dwarves with auto thread industry. Also buying all clothes. The fact that the most recent update changed clothing so that you, like, every different caravan will bring some clothes for every dwarf size is, like, kind of huge. Like, I don't see that getting talked about anywhere near enough. Like, that is actually a massive thing. Like, a huge deal. Also, hey, Dilf. You're counting down the days for your dinos to be added, I would assume. Or, like, the chat's biggest dino stan is in the chat, and dinos are getting added. Probably just did that with the wrong material, but let's try that again. With the right material, but let's try that again, just so I can be certain. Dino Stan's played Dwarfort. I don't know if he's done it recently, but I've rated him. I feel like a mistake that everybody makes in Dwarf Fortress is they end up reading guides or watching guides or reading pages of the wiki from old versions of the game or reading forum threads or Reddit threads that aren't actually accurate anymore, which is like kind of nobody's fault. That to me is like the biggest mistake people make when playing Dwarfort, is just accidentally digesting out-of-date information. I'm looking forward to dinos. I don't know if I'm stoked for dinos. I'm looking forward to dinos just because it's more animals, but the fact that they're dinos isn't really the draw for me. I mean, that's kind of all of the above, Hanzit. Yeah, there is the hard limits for the number of seeds you can have in a fort, UGDPY, so you're not wrong. Like war-trained raptors? They already have friggin' dragons. Also, raptors are pretty small. Like, that would kind of be like being like having war-trained chickens. But for me, I want kobolds to come in riding on raptors. And you're like, oh god, they're riding raptors. And then you realize they're the size of a large chicken, and you're like, oh, they're riding raptors. Because, like, you know, Jurassic Park was kind of an exaggeration on the size of velociraptors. Much to many of our dismays. So we are like a year plus into this fort. I haven't made a bedroom yet or any kind of socialization zone yet. Except instead of saying chicken jockey, they'd be like, or something like that. Because that's what kobolds sound like. Denanianchus, yes, exactly. Or Flubberdubber. Me, both of them. And plenty of it. I don't get enough of either of them, Bobtron. Or import lots of cloth, like Jose Paulson says, and then queue up 100 of each clothing type that your dwarves wear per year. So 100 sets of socks, 100 sets of shoes, 100 sets of gloves, 100 sets of shirts, 100 sets of trousers. Make a couple looms that will just auto loom all thread, and you're Gucci. Clothing solved. And also now that clothing, like, degrades so much slower, like, you barely even need to do that. It's actually pretty baller. Just letting these traders out. Clout trade? What a perfect last name for your job. Even paddled? Did you even paddle across the ocean? I think that's all of them. So, we're building our sky fort at the top of a haunted map. It's going to take a very long time. Like a very long time. Do you guys want a preview of my next video? No, they don't. Well, not really. I guess they sort of do. Dwarves don't have needs for things until they've had it once. Take tone in YouTube chat. So, like, as an example, if you've never had a shell in your fortress, dwarves will never try to make a artifact with a shell. But, like, forgotten beasts can leave shells. So, you've probably had shells in your fortress. Just an example. Maybe one of the easier ones to point at. Bastet would like a dwarf. Your last name is Nail Road and you're married to Tellen Artho. You have 2 kids. Your son doesn't live here, but your daughter do. She finds helping others emotionally rewarding after seeing Coulette's dead body in the year 211. You're 103 years old. She generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and tends to assume that the worst of 2 outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, probably due to the dead body. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She tends to not reveal personal information, and she occasionally overindulges. She has little interest in joking around and is quick to anger. She's often cheerful and she can handle stress. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and grumbles mildly at shit weather. She doesn't really care about anything anymore. She dreams of creating a great work of art and personally finds that the following of tradition is foolish and limiting, and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. And she likes porcelain and fine pewter, as well as red flash opal, clear glass, puffin tooth, pig bone, and, of course, ducks for their quacks, and deer for their grace. And the sound of the adorable bell, and the sight of the sable blossom. And when possible, of course, she prefers to consume cave fish and maize beer, and absolutely hates cave spiders. Something I'm kind of curious about. So this is layer 20, which is one layer above this. Can I build up to layer 20? Cannot build at the highest level. So I guess that would mean I can't stick stuff to the ceiling anymore. Well, that's unfortunate. Maybe there's a way. Regardless, if you guys would like to see a preview of the next video, let's see what I can show you. Let me just pop open my very modern-looking piece of editing software. Check this out. This is Kdenlive, which is the open source editing suite I use. I built a fortress with the express purpose of farming dragons. This is no straightforward activity in Dwarf Fortress, because dragons are exceptionally rare, and only a handful exist in every single world that you generate. And the hardest task of all is figuring out where they are. But I'm here to show you how. So in order to accomplish this, we're going to need to play some adventure mode. You could also cheat by running this command in dfhack with the fortress loaded, but I like to do this the real way. So let's start a new character, and click through all of the character generation as quickly as possible. Then I'm going to run around on the surface of the world, in as many public spaces as possible. You see this text at the top of the screen? These are overheard conversations. They contain rumors. Rumors of a fortress in the same world, and settled on one of the caves, inhabited by a dragon. And that's where our story begins, with the fortress of Dragontrap. The faction that I am playing is effectively dead. It has a very small population. Its king is a refugee, meaning we're going to be fighting an uphill battle for the entirety of this playthrough. But these dwarves have bigger problems, because they're about to land on a fire-breathing powder keg. Hence the name Dragontrap. My 7 unremarkable dwarves were given pretty basic skills. I knew I needed a bunch of miners, and of course I needed a mechanic for making mechanisms for traps. For items, I brought nothing but the basics. With one exception, I brought 10 cage traps. These I intended to use to catch the dragon. And with the name of the silly fortress set, items selected and the dwarves prepared, I clicked the embark button. And honestly, I was feeling pretty confident that I'd catch this dragon. It was a little bit closer to the wagon than I had initially expected, and knowing that it could kill all of my 7 dwarves with just one single sneeze, I dug underground. And we began channeling out a space for me to move all of my items so that I could seal off access. So that's the next video. That's what's coming up. Chat room, I think that's me for the day. I have to go work on that video. I'm not even joking. Like, I should go work on that video. I thought about not streaming today just so that I could work on that video, but I need to pay bills, so I streamed today. I will be back on Tuesday, which is actually the day before my birthday. But you'll have Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and probably Saturday streams next week. If you are signed up on my blog, which can be found here, or if you're on the YouTube side, just blindIRL.com. Just via email, I will be emailing out an unlisted link to like a render of that if you want to watch a little more of that. So go sign up. You could also pay money. You don't have to. It's just going to go to everybody. But it's just going to be an email, so don't delete it. But your birthday's the day after mine. You're on the 4th? Neato. Neato. Yeah, I'm a June 3rd baby. But yeah. Today was a good return stream. Hopefully I wasn't too rusty. You know, we made it for 7.5 hours, and, you know, I've got quite a bit more to do. Pay Bill should be... Pay Bill? Yeah, someone should make a Kill Bill parody and call it Pay Bill. YouTube, folks, if you want to raid somebody, pop over here onto Twitch, and we'll go raid someone. Otherwise, I will see you guys on Tuesday. That's not a tutorial, Black Winds. That's a big video just like any of the other big videos. But they're all thinly veiled tutorials. Like, they have tutorials in them. You just have to dig a little bit. So, are you getting a new tutorial? No, that's not a tutorial. It's a video on how I built a fortress.